Chapter 816. Yao Chong hurriedly climbed up the mountain, followed by a group of imperial guards of the Southern Office. On the mountain, Wu Sansi had already barged into the residence of the Prince of Luling. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw many spirited and energetic monks holding heavy black cudgels standing in the middle of the courtyard like stakes. Wu Sansi thought of those imperial bodyguards who were beaten black and blue, and his face immediately darkened. But those monks just stood there with their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, as if they were arhats cast in the courtyard. They did not even blink. They only obeyed the orders of their own abbot, and other people really disdained them. With a flick of his sleeve, Wu Sansi rushed into the main hall. As soon as he saw the valiant and formidable-looking female guards armed with sharp blades, he couldn't help thinking, this defense is really impenetrable. There are 100 horsemen outside, monks in the middle, and internal guards inside. Even if I really wanted to force my way in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to succeed. Those female guards who were standing there like a beautiful screen had no intention of getting out of the way when they saw Wu Sansi barging in. However, when they saw Yang Fan step forward and wave his hand, they moved to the left and right, opening a path for Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi focused his eyes and saw a man standing shakily in the middle of the hall, easily held by two female sumo wrestlers who looked like mountains of flesh. Next to these two female sumo wrestlers stood 3 other female sumo wrestlers, making a total of 8 mountains of flesh. At first glance, a suffocating feeling immediately assaulted one's senses. The man standing between them was actually not short, but compared to them, he looked like a fragile quail. Princess Taiping's 8 personal female guards were well known in the capital, so Wu Sansi naturally recognized them. As soon as he saw them, Wu Sansi's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, why did Princess Taiping also send people here? Even if I use all my men to force my way in, I definitely won't be able to kill him. Right now, I can only find out if he's real or not before thinking of a way. Real or not. Taiping is Li Xian's sister. She can't possibly not know the truth, right? If she sent people, then this Li Xian in front of me. As Wu Sansi thought to himself, he put on a surprised and happy expression and hurried toward the Prince of Luling. Ayaya, Qilong, you really came back. Third thinking was going to climb the Dragon Gate to bathe in the hot spring. Unexpectedly, he heard that Qilong had come back. Congratulations. Congratulations. As Wu Sansi spoke, he walked forward, carefully sizing up Li Xian's appearance. Sure enough, he was 60 to 70% similar to the 7th son of the Li clan. It was just that Li Xian had been a young man in his 20s, elegant and handsome. His every movement had the air of royalty. As for the person in front of him, his temples were gray, his face was covered in wrinkles, his body was bloated, and his skin was pale. He stood there unsteadily. If not for someone supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Wu Sansi thought suspiciously, is this Li Xian really not Li Xian? Is there really such a so-called disguise technique in this world? Li Xian looked at him, a slightly humble expression on his face. He cupped his fists and said, Your Highness King Liang, it has been a long time. My legs are injured from the journey, and I am unable to welcome you. Please forgive me. Wu Sansi laughed and said intimately, We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. Qilong, you can just call me as you usually do. What, King Liang or Your Highness? Isn't that a bit too distant? As he spoke, he intimately stepped forward to grab Li Xian's hand. His hand accurately grabbed onto a fleshy, fat hand. It was the hand of the female sumo wrestler on Li Xian's right who had voluntarily offered it to him, blocking his hand from reaching out. Wu Sansi's face darkened. What are you doing? The female sumo didn't care about him at all. She replied indifferently, This servant has come under Princess Taiping's orders to protect His Highness, the Prince of Luling. Before the princess arrives, no one is allowed to take half a step near the Prince of Luling. Otherwise, if anything happens to the prince, this servant will not be able to explain it to the princess. Wu Sansi said angrily, Do you know who I am? The female sumo said, This servant is Princess Taiping's servant. I only recognize my master. Everyone else, regardless of who they are, has nothing to do with this servant." Wu Sansi was furious. Li Xian hurriedly said, "Hey, this girl really is a bit too cautious. Is there a need to be so guarded against King Liang? However, this girl has good intentions, so I can't refuse. King Liang, please don't get angry over this. When that girl of mine arrives, I'll have her apologize to King Liang." Wu Sansi's anger turned into a smile. "Forget it. How could this king bicker over such things? Haha, Qilong, you can just call me by my name. There's no need to be so courteous." Li Xian sighed. He slowly swept his gaze over the furnishings in the hall and said sadly, "Things remain the same, but people have changed. All that happened in the past, if I bring it up, it will only make me feel sad. There is no need to bring it up." Wu Sansi thought to himself, is this guy a fake? Or is he just trying to mislead me because he's wary of me? It's a pity that with those 8 meat screens around, it won't be easy for me to get close to Li Xian. Wu Sansi laughed and said, "Regardless, Qilong has finally returned to the capital. Qilong must have returned to the capital on Ant's orders. Why don't you immediately enter the palace to see Ant? Why don't Sansi accompany you back to the city?" Li Xian raised his eyes. A trace of grief and indignation suddenly flashed through his eyes, but quickly turned into a look of hatred and helplessness. "I have been separated from Mother for 16 years. How could I not want to see her immediately? It's just that I have lived in Huangzhou for many years. These years, I have missed Mother day and night, causing my face to age and my expression to become haggard. Now, because I am in a hurry to return to the capital, I am in a hurry and injured my legs. If I were to enter the palace like this, I'm afraid that Mother will inevitably feel sad for her son. Mother is already old. No matter how unfilial Li Xian is, how could he dare to make Mother sad? Thus, I want to rest here for a few days before returning to the city." Wu Sansi saw the trace of grief and indignation inadvertently flash through Li Xian's eyes. He somewhat believed that he was Li Xian. Wu Sansi's eyes darted around. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a clear and melodious voice of a girl suddenly rang out. "Father, look, my clothes are beautiful." The voice came to an abrupt stop, as if a string of ice beads had been smashed into a jade plate. The crisp sound was suddenly heard, as if someone had suddenly pressed down on it. Wu Sansi turned around and saw a young girl running out of the side hall in a lively manner. Her cheeks were rosy like a blooming peach blossom, and her hair was dripping with water. She was carrying a pomegranate skirt embroidered with pleated white flowers. She looked like a happy little swallow. Just a single glance was enough to make one's eyes light up, as if a lantern had quietly exploded in the middle of the night. Wu Sansi stared at this young girl in confusion. The young girl had rushed in excitedly, but when she suddenly saw that there was someone in the hall, she couldn't help but shrink back. She moved closer to Li Xian with the tip of her toes, looking at Wu Sansi with a timid expression. Li Xian coughed lightly and said, "This is my daughter, Guo. She was born on the way to Fang province. King Liang, you have yet to meet her. Guo, hurry up and pay your respects to King Liang." Guo took a small step forward timidly. She lifted her skirt and quickly curtsied towards Wu Sansi. She said in a crisp voice, "Guo pays her respects to King Liang." After she finished curtsying, she quickly hid behind Li Xian like a frightened little rabbit. Wu Sansi's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl was not very old, and she had been born and raised deep in the mountains. She was no different from an ignorant village girl. An innocent and naive young girl like her would easily give herself away. If the Prince of Luling was fake, they would never have allowed her to show herself to me. Moreover, judging from her appearance, the way she ran out, and the expression on her face, it was clear that she was unaware of my arrival. If I want to know whether this Prince of Luling is real or fake, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on her." Wu Sansi immediately laughed and said with a sincere smile, "Hee, your name is Guo, right? He's really a good child. He's so handsome, so fresh and lively. Just by comparing him to my maids, he's like a cloud compared to the others in my family. Guo, your entire family has returned to Luoyang with your father, right?" No, my father only brought me back. Li Guo rolled up her clothes in an uneasy manner. Her little face was flushed, and she looked as if she could not bear to interact with strangers. Li Xian urged, Guo, hurry up and return to your room. Look at how you are running out before you've even finished dressing yourself. This is not the mountains. Remember your father's words. You must behave yourself in the future. You can't be so wild anymore. Hurry up and go back. Wait, there's no rush. Wu Sansi hastily stretched out his hand to stop him. He said to Li Guo with a smile, Qilong, I have something to say to you. We are all family, so why are you acting so distant? Unfortunately, I did not know that Guo would come with your father, so I did not bring a greeting gift. Look, this is really. Wu Sansi carelessly felt around his waist and took off a fine jade pendant. He handed it to Li Guo and said, Here, take this jade pendant as a greeting gift. Hurry up and take it. Li Guo looked a little hesitant. She subconsciously turned around to look at Li Xian. It was the same expression that many children would instinctively ask their parents for advice when they did not know what to do. Wu Sansi saw her reaction and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Fake? Oof. Would this little girl ask for his permission to visit the fake Prince of Luling? Does the fake Prince of Luling have the ability to deceive even his own daughter? Young fan, don't blame me for being merciless if you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way. Wu Sansi said with a smile, Hurry up and take it. There's no need to be polite. Our families are relatives, and we have always been close. You can ask your father if you don't believe me. Li Guo immediately turned around and looked at Li Xian with her large, watery eyes. A strange expression suddenly flitted across Li Xian's face. It was hard to tell whether it was anger or fear. He only waved his hand and said, Since it is a gift from King Liang, just take it. Thank you, King Liang. Now, return to your room. Oh, Li Guo timidly accepted the jade pendant, bowed slightly to Wu Sansi, and said in a low voice, Thank you, King Liang. After saying this, Li Guo ran towards the side hall. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, she seemed to recall her father's teachings. Now that you are a princess, you can't act like a wild girl in the wilderness. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and sneak a glance behind her. Only then did she lighten her footsteps, twist her waist, and slowly walk away like a graceful young lady. Wu Sansi smiled sinisterly and turned his head around. His eyes were like a pair of knives as he glared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's lips suddenly opened and closed. Then he helplessly pursed them and slowly lowered his head, revealing a look of wanting to argue but unable to speak. But in his heart, he laughed and sighed. That seductress even made me fall in her trap. If you think she's a little village girl who doesn't know the ways of the world, then you deserve to be unlucky. Chapter 817. Yao Cheng arrived first, but Wei Zhigu was stopped by Wu Qingxi. Wu Qingxi was hurrying after Wu Sansi when he heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. Turning his head, he saw their banners and knew that the officials from the Political Affairs Hall had arrived. Wu Zetian cleverly built a kind of balanced political relationship in the imperial court. Although this kind of balance was actually abnormal and not equal, with her forceful suppression and mediation at any time, she was able to maintain a kind of delicate balance of power. That was, the political power was handed over to the ministers, and the military power was handed over to the Wu family. Ever since Wu Zetian failed to teach the civet and parrot to coexist peacefully, she once wanted to give the throne to someone with the surname Wu. In the end, she gave up because of the invisible opposition within the country, the stirring of foreign powers, and the fact that the Wu family members were a bunch of useless fools. Wu Zetian had now decided to pass the throne to her son, to someone with the surname Li. But she had usurped the Li family's empire and was worried that her son would restore Zhou to Tang after 100 years, preventing her empire from being passed down for generations. So she wanted to continue this balanced political situation. That was, after 100 years, the Li family would rule the empire and the Wu family would control the military. The Li family would control the empire and could comply with the will of the people within the country. The Wu family would control the army and ensure that her son would not dare to act rashly. The Wuzhou dynasty that she had created would continue. For this reason, none of the prime ministers of the political affairs hall were from the Wu clan side. Wu Ziqian did not reveal this plan to anyone, but because of this, the power in the imperial court was clearly divided. She did not allow the Wu clan to interfere with the political affairs hall. As a result, when Wu Qingxi saw that the people from the political affairs hall had arrived, he knew that they were here to protect the Prince of Luling. He immediately ordered his men to move the carriage horizontally and block the road. When Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong arrived, Wu Qingxi smiled and cupped his hands. "Ah, Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Yao, you two seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going?" Wei Zhigu returned the greeting with a smile on his horse and said, "So it is your Highness, the King of Wei. I and Yuanji have been busy with official business and are tired. I suddenly remembered the hot spring water on Dragon Gate Mountain. It has the effect of relieving one's fatigue and refreshing one's mind. I heard that His Highness Wei Wang has been feeling unwell recently. Looking at Wei Wang's complexion, he is indeed ill. Instead of resting in the residence, where are you going?" Wu Qingxi coughed twice and replied with a smile, "What a coincidence. This prince is also heading for Dragon's Gate. It was recorded in the commentary on the Water Classic. The Imperial Maiden Soup can cure all diseases. This prince's illness is a chronic disease. I have tried to treat it with medicine, but there is no effect. Therefore, I want to go to the Dragon Gate to see if the hot spring water is effective. Since the two prime ministers are also going to the Dragon Gate, why don't we go together?" Wei Zhigu and Wu Qingxi both knew what the other party's goal was, but they didn't say it out loud. Shedding all pretense of cordiality was a big taboo in the officialdom. It was normal for people to stab you in the back while being friendly in front of you. As the saying goes, when one walks to the end of the line, one sits and watches the clouds rise. Who knows what will happen next? First, they are trapped in an irreversible situation. If the situation turns against them, they will be in a passive position. On the other hand, as long as this layer of cordiality is not shed, no matter how absurd your reason is, you can still insist on this reason when the situation is disadvantageous. Yao Chong laughed and said, "It is getting late. Why don't Duke Wei and I go first and inform the people up there to make some preparations in advance? This way, when Wei Wang reaches the mountain, he won't have to prepare meals and bedding in the dark." Wu Qingxi smiled and said, "No problem. This prince has already sent someone up the mountain. Someone come. Send another person to inform the people up there that Prime Minister Wei and Prime Minister Yao will be coming up the mountain today. They want the supervisor of the hot spring to make early preparations." Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong were secretly anxious. They looked at each other but couldn't think of a reason to leave in a huff. Direnja was in a hurry on the soft sedan chair. Every time he traveled a certain distance, the burly and strong bodyguards would take turns to carry the sedan chair so as to ensure the speed. The officials would spur their horses to follow behind. There was nothing they could do. Based on their official positions, prestige, and qualifications, it would be pointless for them to go. Although Direnja looked like he was on the verge of death, as long as he was still breathing, this veteran of 4 dynasties would be able to control the situation. As they were traveling, they suddenly heard the sound of hooves. Direnja happened to wake up at this moment. Hearing the sound, he turned his eyes and saw a group of 3 horses passing by them without stopping. Direnja only saw that the 3 people seemed to be women, and they were wearing shallow dew on their heads. Direnja's lips opened and closed a few times. Di Guangyin, who was accompanying him, hurriedly said, "Father, that woman is wearing shallow dew on her head," and passed by in a hurry. "I don't know who she is." The corner of Direnja's mouth lifted slightly, and his lips moved a few more times. Di Guangyuan hurriedly ordered everyone to stop. He bent down and placed his ear next to his father's mouth and heard a sentence with a smile. "It's peace. Peace has arrived. Peace." Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong were being held back by Wu Qingxi and had no other choice but to follow him. Wu Qingxi purposely slowed down and let Wei Zhigu use the excuse that it was getting late to rush them. He refused to rest. Wei Zhigu was so anxious that his eyebrows were on fire. Suddenly, he had an idea and cried out, I forgot to remind you that I'm a vegetarian for the next few days. I can't eat meat, and I can't put any oil on my dishes either. UNG, I'll have to trouble you to go ahead and inform them on my behalf." As Wei Jigu spoke, he signaled to Yao Chong with his eyes. Yao Chong understood and immediately whipped his horse. When the horse had already charged out, he shouted, "Don't worry, Duke Wei. Your Highness, I will go first." Ah, cough, cough, cough. Wu Qingxi was so anxious that he started coughing before he could say a word. When he caught his breath, Yao Chong had already disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Wei Jigu chuckled and said to Wu Qingxi, "Don't be anxious, Duke. This servant will follow Duke slowly. You and I will chat along the way." Wu Qingxi coughed anxiously and cursed in his heart. This old man. On Dragon Gate Mountain, Wu Sanci had used a clever scheme. From a reaction of the ignorant and innocent Li Guo, he found out that the Prince of Luling on Dragon Gate Mountain was the real Prince of Luling. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But on his way here, there were hundreds of cavalry, martial monks, internal guards, and the 8 female guards of Princess Taiping. How could he succeed, even if he attacked by force? Just as he was hesitating, someone came to report. Mr. Yao of the Political Affairs Hall is here to bathe in the hot springs at Dragon Gate Mountain. He was pleased to hear that the Prince of Luling has returned and specially came to pay his respects. Wu Sanci cursed in his heart. This Yao Yung, copying my words. Li Xian happily invited him in. A moment later, Yao Chong entered the main hall. The moment he saw Li Xian, he immediately paid his respects. Yao Chong and Li Xian had never met before. This was the first time the two of them had met, so they didn't have much to say. It was just a normal greeting between officials. But once Yao Chong arrived, he didn't leave. He sat down with Wu Sanci and talked about all sorts of things, but he didn't lift his butt. As long as the matter could be covered up, even if he caused a huge disaster for the future of the Wu clan, his aunt would protect him, just like how she protected Wu Yizong. But if he publicly killed a prince in front of the prime minister, this matter wouldn't be able to be covered up. There wouldn't even be a piece of cloth to cover it up. Then Wu Zetian would have to sacrifice him. So even if Wu Sanci could openly kill his way in, he wouldn't be able to do it. Wu Sanci was filled with resentment. After a moment's deliberation, he cupped his hands and said to Li Xian, "Sanci just arrived at the mountain. I heard that the Prince of Luling had returned, so I came to visit. I haven't settled down in the palace yet, so I'll take my leave first. I'll hold a banquet tonight and enjoy myself with my 7th husband." Li Xian hurriedly had 2 female sumo wrestlers help him up and bid farewell. Yao Chong also stood up. Wu Sanci chuckled and turned to leave. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I'll send King Liang off in His Highness' place." Yang Fan followed Wu Sanci out. Wu Sanci ran as fast as he could, and Yang Fan quickly caught up to him. He whispered, "His Highness, please don't be fooled. That really wasn't the Prince of Luling. His Highness, His Highness." Wu Sanci strode out of the Prince of Luling's residence. With a flick of his sleeve, he swaggered off, completely ignoring Yang Fan. Yang Fan stood at the entrance in a daze, staring at Wu Sanci's departing figure with a dejected expression. When he slowly turned around and returned to the courtyard, the corners of his lips curled into a smile. With light footsteps, he walked back to the main hall. Li Daong chased after Wu Sanci and asked anxiously, "His Highness, how is it?" Wu Sanci said in a deep voice, "This Luling is the real deal. Immediately send some men back to the city. While the city gates are still open, bring over our most skilled men. Attacking by force is impossible. Luling doesn't dare to enter the city and is currently waiting for news from the palace. If we want to kill him, we have to do it tonight." Li Daong heard the urgency in his words and had no time to ask any more questions. He hurriedly agreed and went down the mountain to make the arrangements. Once Yao Chong left, Wei Jigu was no longer in a hurry. He leisurely strolled along, chatting with Wu Qingxi about all sorts of things. Just as they were about to advance, 3 women wearing shallow headscarves suddenly rushed over on horseback. The 3 women were all dressed in palace robes with sharp swords hanging from their waists and black, shallow headscarves on their heads. They did not even stop as they sped past the group of people. Among the 3 female riders, when the one in the middle rode past them, she turned her head slightly and glanced at them. The night wind blew and lifted a corner of her veil. Her beautiful face flashed and disappeared again. Wu Chengxi's body shook, and he cried out, "Tai Ping!" Wei Zhigu narrowed his eyes and pressed his ears together, asking loudly, "What did His Highness say?" Wu Chengxi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at his subordinates, "What are you all dilly-dallying for? It's such a short distance from the city to Dragon's Gate, and you're still dilly-dallying? Faster, faster." Yao Cheng had left first, and Wu Chengxi was already secretly worried. He only hoped that Wu Sanci would succeed before Yao Cheng arrived. Now that Princess Tai Ping had also left, he did not know what the situation on the mountain was like, but he did not want to wait any longer. With the order, the troops immediately sped up like bulls. Wei Zhigu said, "AI, Prince Wei, why are you in such a hurry? Let's chat slowly. If it gets late, it will be a wonderful thing to hold a lantern and visit Dragon's Gate at night. Did you say that your coral tree was 6 feet or 7 feet tall? His Highness? His Highness." Watching Wu Qingxi's carriage leave in a hurry, Wei Zhigu chuckled and ordered his subordinates to speed up as well. At this time, the Empress of the Eastern Palace, Zhang Yizhi, and the concubine of the Western Palace, Zhang Changzong, had just received the Emperor's edict and led a group of palace guards south along Dingding Street. They had just left Dingding Gate. Chapter 818. Yao Cheng's purpose in coming up the mountain today was to ensure the safety of the Prince of Luling. With his status as the current prime minister, as long as he stayed by the Prince of Luling's side, Wu Sanci would not be able to make a public move. Even if an assassination was made known to everyone, it was still an assassination. If it turned into a coup, it would be out of control. At present, Wu Sanci did not have the courage to do so. Wu Sanci left, but Yao Cheng didn't leave either. It was just that he really wasn't familiar with the Prince of Luling. While the two of them were chatting, 100 guards came in from outside the hall to report that Princess Tai Ping had arrived. Hearing this, Yao Cheng was even more relieved. Li Xian also put on a pleasantly surprised expression, hurriedly saying, "Quick, invite her in." Saying this, Li Xian struggled to get up and had 2 female sumo wrestlers support him toward the front of the hall. Princess Tai Ping's footsteps were hurried, and as soon as she arrived in the courtyard, she took off her light dew. At this moment, Li Xian was already standing in front of the hall, looking at her with an excited expression. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and quietly turned his face away. However, Princess Tai Ping did not notice him. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Li Xian standing in front of the hall, supported by 2 of her female guards. "Qilong, elder brother." Tai Ping only called out once before tears streamed down her cheeks. Gu Zhuding had already received Yang Fan's orders. If they could hide it, then they had to hide it from Princess Tai Ping as well. This was to prevent Tai Ping from revealing any flaws in her expression after learning the truth. Therefore, she could only brace herself and pretend to be excited. Sighing, she said, "Tai Ping, I did not think that elder brother would live to see you one day." Tai Ping held his hands and carefully examined him, seeing that his face still had some of the charm of the past, but he was truly too old and haggard. She could not help but weep in sadness. Princess Tai Ping gently hugged him, sobbing, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Elder brother has suffered. You and I, brother and sister, have reunited and will never be separated again. This is a happy occasion. Sister, don't cry. Elder brother, don't be sad." Tai Ping lifted his sleeve and gently wiped away his tears. His heart suddenly sank as he suddenly thought of something. She was too carried away just now. Only now did she remember that her brother's hands were soft like cotton, but not broad. His palms were very delicate, just like a woman's palms. He was completely different from the brother in her memory. Gu Zhuting could disguise her appearance, and even her skin color very well. She could also use special drugs to imitate the folds on her palms. However, her hands were the most commonly used parts of her body, so she couldn't disguise them too much. Her size, fat, thin, and thin couldn't be disguised. A person who hasn't seen each other for many years can go through all kinds of changes, but no matter how much he changes, it's impossible for the thickness of his finger bones to shrink, right? Princess Tai Ping muttered to herself. Her heart was filled with suspicion. She couldn't help but look for Yang Fan while wiping her tears. Princess Taiping was not aware of the fact that along the way Yang Fan had deliberately deployed troops to mislead them and fought the assassins with fake and real moves. This matter was only known to Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi, the two people who had learned the details from the spies. Taiping only knew that it must have been very difficult for Yang Fan to escort the Prince of Luling all the way to the Dragon Gate, but she knew nothing about the twists and turns. Fortunately, she didn't know anything, so when she saw Li Xian, she didn't arouse any suspicions at all. Otherwise, with her familiarity with her brother and knowing that there was a fake Li Xian in the past, she would have already determined that this person was definitely a fake. But even though she couldn't come to a conclusion at the moment, because of a strange feeling when she held her brother's hand, she became suspicious. Turning her head, she saw Yang Fan's gaze. Looking at her gaze, Yang Fan knew something was wrong. Taiping was already suspicious. No matter how brilliant this disguise technique was, it couldn't fool people who were too familiar with it, especially after being in close contact with it. But at this moment, he had no way to explain it, so he could only give Princess Taiping a look. Princess Taiping couldn't tell what he was trying to tell her from his look, but she understood that there must be something hidden in it. Therefore, she remained calm and collected, still holding Li Xian's hand, and said softly, "Brother is injured? Why is it so inconvenient for you to move? Sister, help brother to sit down. Let's have a good chat." Princess Taiping helped Gu Zhuding to the center of the hall. She touched her hand and then caressed her wrist. Gu Zhuding was a woman after all, so her wrist bones couldn't be as thick as Li Xian's. Seeing the look in Yang Fan's eyes and caressing Gu Zhuding's wrist, Taiping had already concluded that this was a fake and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. She didn't know that there was such a marvelous disguise technique in the world. She only thought that Yang Fan found someone who looked similar to her brother Li Xian to pretend to be him. She couldn't help being surprised and thought to herself, "This is a fake? If he isn't Qilong, then where is my brother? Could it be that something happened to him?" Princess Taiping immediately panicked, but she immediately thought of Yang Fan's calm expression and steadied herself. No. Looking at Fan Lang's expression, Qilong must be fine. So, Fan Lang deliberately found someone who looked like my brother to attract people who wanted to harm him? Princess Taiping's guess was almost correct. Although the process was 100 times more complicated and tortuous than she had imagined, it was exactly the purpose. After Princess Taiping made her judgment, she lost interest in this fake Li Xian. However, there was still Yao Chong in the hall, so she didn't want to reveal any flaws. She still helped Gu Zhuding to sit down while she sat down on the side. After exchanging a few polite words with Yao Chong, she began to chat with the fake Li Xian, asking him about his sister-in-law and his family, as if they were reuniting after a long separation. Gu Zhuding felt very uncomfortable. Other people couldn't see it, but as the person involved, she could clearly feel that Princess Taiping's expression had changed. She must have seen some clues and was only playing along with her. Perhaps what Princess Taiping wanted to do the most right now was to catch Yang Fan and ask him for an explanation. Gu Zhuding said, "Taiping, I came back to the capital in a hurry, so I didn't have time to bring my family back. I only brought my youngest daughter. Her name is Gua. She was born on the way to Fangzhou. As her aunt, you haven't seen her yet. She knows that she has an aunt like you and has always wanted to see you. Yang Xiaowei, accompany the princess to see Gua." Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, "Yes, your humble servant obeys." Yao Chong was slightly surprised. Although this little Junju grew up in the mountains, she was still a Junju. How could she let a man lead the princess to her bedchamber? He turned around and saw the few female sumo wrestlers who were still guarding Prince of Luling. He suddenly understood. Special times call for special treatment. Yao Chong consciously looked for an excuse for the inappropriateness of the situation. At that time, Yang Fan had already led Princess Taiping to the side hall. The palace pavilions here were surrounded and nested like a maze. It was not easy for people who entered for the first time to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Yang Fan led Princess Taiping around a small winding corridor and passed through a courtyard. There were also internal guards in the courtyard here, but the number was obviously less than the previous one. After all, Prince of Luling was the main focus of protection. The two flashed into a room and avoided the internal guard's line of sight. Princess Taiping immediately grabbed Yang Fan's hand and asked anxiously, "Erlang, isn't that my elder brother? Where did you hide my elder brother?" Silence. Yang Fan looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, "Prince of Luling is still in danger as long as he doesn't enter the city." Princess Taiping was enlightened by his words and tried to calm down. She stared at him while restraining her anxiety, waiting for him to reveal the truth. Yang Fan said, "Along the way, thousands of words can't be explained in a short time. I will tell you in detail when we get back. In short, we have gone through countless hardships and dangers to arrive here. Seeing that success is at hand, I dare not be careless. That's why I am protecting the imperial entourage here. Admittedly, it is because I have no choice but to block the front and the back, but also because I want your highness to be as safe as possible when entering the city." Princess Taiping's eyes brightened. She asked anxiously, "You mean?" Yang Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Princess Taiping was both happy and worried when she heard it. Wringing her wrist, she sighed and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have stayed in the city to take care of him when necessary." Yang Fan said, "If you didn't come, they would definitely be suspicious. You are Prince of Luling's younger sister. Now that you have come up the mountain, will they still be suspicious?" "Yes, Prince of Luling is not here, but the battlefield is here. The more lively the battle is, the safer Prince of Luling will be. At this point, the key to success is not how your highness enters the city, but whether we can successfully attract all of them here." Princess Taiping had calmed down. She nodded lightly and said, "I understand." Yang Fan said with a smile, "It's good that you understand. Then accompany me to put on a good show." Princess Taiping said gratefully, "Erlang, you are the great benefactor of my Li family. Your kindness is higher than the heavens." "Thank you." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Whether it is public or private, there is no need to say thank you to me." Princess Taiping's heart warmed. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's neck. She planted a firm kiss on his lips. Yang Fan hurriedly raised his hand to wipe his mouth. Princess Taiping stared at him with her beautiful big eyes and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yang Fan said, "There is no room for mistakes at this crucial moment. Don't let anyone see through it." Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said snappily, "What does this matter have to do with my brother making a mistake?" Yang Fan was stunned and said, "That's right. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with it." He laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. "I am a little paranoid now." He wiped his lips again and said to Princess Taiping, "Come, I will take you to Sigua. She is real." Princess Taiping was very curious about this niece whom she had never met before. She hurriedly followed Yang Fan forward. Yang Fan walked to Li Guo's residence. He stretched out his hand and was about to knock on the door when he was suddenly startled. He suddenly remembered the romantic debt between him and Li Guo on Huang Zhuling. He had been extremely nervous along the way. Every day, he had been plotting how to fight against the assassins. He had exhausted his brain power and energy to think about other things. It was only now that he remembered. Li Guo is Princess Taiping's niece. The hairs on the back of Yang Fan's neck stood up with a schwa sound. Princess Taiping saw that he was looking at the door without moving. She could not help but ask curiously, "What is it?" Oh, nothing. I suddenly thought of something else." Yang Fan answered in a hurry. He stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. Yang Fan was afraid that Li Guo would suddenly call out Brother Yang when she heard his voice. So he knocked on the door and immediately explained the purpose of his visit in one breath. "Knock, knock, little Canton princess. Her Highness Princess Taiping is here and wants to see you." Chapter 819. Li Guo gently twisted her waist and looked at the mirror, behaving playfully. There was a full-length bronze mirror in her residence. The commoner girl's attire was actually far from being gorgeous, but for Li Guo, who lived on the yellow bamboo ridge and could only wear her older sister's old clothes since she was young. A new dress was enough to make her overjoyed. Not to mention, this style and color, to her, was already as beautiful as a fairy's dress. After successfully deceiving Wu Sansi in the front hall, this young actor returned to the side hall, where she lived and hung the jade pendant on her waist in high spirits. She twisted her waist in front of the mirror and admired the effect. Although the jade pendant was precious, it was not a ring pendant worn by a girl. Moreover, she was wearing a civilian girl's dress, so it was very incongruous on her body. Ligueur looked around for a long time and felt that it was not suitable, so she regretfully took off the jade pendant. Just as she climbed onto the couch and hid the jade pendant, Yang Fan's voice came from outside the door. Hearing Yang Fan's voice, Ligueur did not blurt out "Brother Yang," as he had feared. This little girl was far more scheming than Yang Fan had imagined. Although Yang Fan had experienced her fierceness because of her tender and pure appearance, he often thought that she was too simple, separated by a door, who knew who was outside, so she would not call out randomly. Yang Fan spoke very fast, but fortunately, he deliberately lowered his voice. At this moment, on the Dragon Gate Mountain, where the wind was blowing and the cranes were crying, Princess Taiping only thought that he was nervous and did not think much about it. Princess Taiping, Ligueur, had naturally heard of this aunt and knew that she was the most favored daughter of the emperor's grandmother. When the emperor's grandfather was alive, he also doted on this daughter the most. It was said that when she got married, the torch even burned the trees along the way. In order to let the spacious wedding carriage pass, she even had to tear down the walls of the square. All of this made Ligueur yearn for it. She quickly got up from the couch and ran quickly to open the door. Princess Taiping stood in front of the door and looked at the little beauty in front of her. Her glossy black hair was combed into two buns. Her hair was combed into two large buns, thin, neat, and smooth. After it was combed into two symmetrical buns, a bundle hung down from each side, flowing over her shoulders all the way to her chest. She was wearing a short jacket with narrow sleeves in light red and dark patterns, and a silk skirt with hundreds of pleated flowers, which accentuated her slim waist. Princess Taiping's eyes brightened at the sight of those picturesque facial features. Princess Taiping could not help but smile fondly. "You are Bauer?" As expected of the daughter of my Li family. She is truly beautiful beyond compare. Ligueur was also looking at Princess Taiping. The woman in front of her had a noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Her hair was combed into a high bun. It was a hairstyle that she had never seen before. It looked incomparably complex and elegant. The pearls and golden phoenix ornaments on the bun made her look high and mighty, making people look up to her. Her long neck, her towering chest, the material was luxurious and bright. The colorful clothes that were so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Everything made Ligueur feel suffocated. Princess Taiping looked at her with a smile. Her eyes opened wider and wider, filled with envy. Princess Taiping smiled and called out, "Bauer." Princess. Aunt." Bauer was stunned by Princess Taiping's mature charm and noble temperament. She could not help but stutter when she spoke. "That's right, I am Taiping, your aunt." Princess Taiping held Bauer's hand and looked at her from head to toe. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Beautiful, beautiful. At such a young age, you have already grown into such a beauty. When Aunt was young, people call me the peony of Luoyang. But after seeing your beauty today, Aunt cannot be compared to you. Our Li family has produced a peony of the world." Ligueur blushed from her praise. She said obediently, "Bauer is only a silly little girl. How can I be compared to Aunt's beauty? When I saw you earlier, Bauer was stunned. Bauer is a woman, and she's already like this. I wonder how all the men in the world would fall head over heels for Aunt when they see her. If even a fairy-like person like Aunt says that she is old, are there still any beauties in the prime of their youth in the world?" Princess Taiping was amused by Ligueur's words and laughed. She pinched her pink cheeks and said, "This sweet little mouth of yours is especially adorable. Aunt, niece, Aunt, Which side do I belong to? The difference in seniority. The difference in seniority. Yang Fan watched from the side. He broke out in cold sweat. He saw the two of them talking and laughing. He did not know whether to leave or stand. His throat felt itchy, and he could not help but cough. Princess Taiping thought that he was reminding her not to flatter Liguor. She could not help but roll her eyes at him. She straightened her pretty face and said, "What?" Yang Fan hurriedly said with a guilty conscience, "Nothing, oh. It's like this. Prince Liang just said that he wants to invite the Prince of Luling to a drink tonight. I am afraid that there is a trap. I hope that Princess will be careful." Liguor looked at the expressions and actions of the two people and thought to herself, looking at Brother Yang's appearance, he seems to be very familiar with my auntie. Auntie doesn't seem to regard him as an outsider at all. He is the Emperor's confidant of grandmother's confidant of the Emperor's confidant of the Emperor. It is normal that he is familiar with my aunt. Although father has returned to the capital, it seems that the Wu family will not let him go. My family will need to rely on Brother Yang for many things in the future. Fortunately, I became his woman. This man, I really want to catch him. When Liguor thought of this, she suddenly remembered the beautiful scenery in the Wisteria Cave on the yellow bamboo ridge. She was still young and not very interested in the matters between men and women. She had been rushing about and was often in danger, so she did not have time to think about these things. Now that she suddenly thought of it, her pretty face could not help but blush. When she looked at Yang Fan again, her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Fortunately, Princess Taiping was attracted by Yang Fan's words and did not pay attention to her expression. Otherwise, with Princess Taiping's experience and cleverness, she might have seen some clues. "You said that Wu Sansi wants to hold a banquet to entertain my elder brother?" "Yes. I am afraid that it will not be a good banquet." "What is there to be afraid of? Wu Sansi's banquet is definitely a Hongmin banquet. No, we cannot let him have his way. Immediately give the order to prepare a few banquet tables. If he wants a drink, invite him over." "Okay." Standing in front of this beautiful couple, Yang Fan really felt frightened. When he heard this, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty and immediately said, "I will go and arrange it." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Be careful in the kitchen. You must use reliable people and also some clever people to keep an eye on it." Yang Fan said, "I know." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Princess Taiping turned around and held Li Guo'er's little hand. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Tonight your father is holding a banquet. There are many people coming to the banquet. You are my family's princess. It is not good to wear such clothes. Aunt has a palace in the Dragon's Gate. There's some clothes there. Go and pick some for you." When Li Guo saw Princess Taiping's incomparably gorgeous clothes, her eyes were already shining. When she heard this, she happily agreed. Princess Taiping held her hand and walked with a smile. "Your body is not fully grown yet. The clothes may look a little big. It does not matter. Just make some changes and deal with today's situation." Yang Fan, because of your past achievements, I have been lenient. I did not expect you to be so stubborn. I have already confided in you, but you still try to deceive me. That Princess Taiping is Li Xian's sister. She is Yang Fan's mistress. How could she not know the truth of your plan? How could she not recognize her own brother? She is willing to abandon the real Li Xian and come to this Dragon's Gate mountain. If I do not kill you, I am not a human. Wu Sansi sat in the palace room that belonged to him. He angrily pounded the table. His face was black and his hair was fluttering. He had already turned into a black-faced Zhang Fei. His henchmen stood on both sides. When they saw their lord was angry, they could not help but keep quiet out of fear. Wu Sansi rolled his eyes and shouted, "Ji Zubing, your subordinate is here." A tall and slender warrior with reclining silkworm eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, a square face, scarlet cheeks, a green turban on his head, and 5 locks of long beard on his chin, immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. Looking at his stalwart figure and appearance, he looked like the Marquis of Hansho Pavilion, Guan Yunchang. He had the nickname Duke of Beautiful Beard. Unfortunately, he did not use a saber, but a sword. Wu Sansi said, "Tonight, This prince is holding a banquet to entertain the Prince of Luling. I order you to perform a sword dance in front of the hall to help with the wine. When the time comes, Ji Zubing was greatly alarmed. Your Highness, Princess Taiping and Master Yao are here. I am afraid it is inappropriate to do this in front of so many people. Wu Sansi glared. Who said I want you to assassinate him? Ji Zubing let out a sigh of relief. With a face full of smiles, he said, It is only a sword dance, why not? This subordinate swordsmanship has once received a few pointers from General Pei of Chong. Speaking of which, I could be considered half a disciple of General Pei. Back then, Wu Sansi impatiently waved his hand and said, all right, don't talk about these useless things. When this prince orders you to perform a sword dance, pretend to let go of your sword and kill the Prince of Luling. Ji Zubing was shocked. Isn't that still an assassination? Wu Sansi said, How can it be considered an assassination? A slip. Do you understand? This is a slip. This is his fate. He deserves to be unlucky. As long as the emperor has an excuse, a way out of this embarrassing situation, who cares if the world believes it or not? She will have to admit that it was a slip. Is she going to announce to the world that her nephew coveted the throne and killed her son? Ji Zubing mumbled. Then what happens after the slip? Wu Sansi said, What afterwards? After the slip, he will die. Ji Zubing stammered. This subordinate is asking. What should this subordinate do? Wu Sansi raised his hand and threw a wine cup over. Ji Zubing leaned to the side, and the wine cup flew past the tip of his nose. His skill was truly not bad. Wu Sansi roared, Don't you have legs? After causing a great disaster by mistake, of course you have to escape. Once the matter is settled, won't you come back? When this prince becomes the emperor, will you still be short of your contributions? Ji Zubing's face was ashen as he said, The Prince of Luling probably won't fall for the method Lu Xiu used, right? Wu Sansi angrily said, Bullshit, ignorant and incompetent thing. Is this the method Lu Xiu used? This is Liu Bang. This is Xiang Yu. This is Fan Zeng. Why am I telling you all this, you cowardly thing? Seeing that the wine cup was gone, Wu Sansi picked up the wine pot and threw it at Ji Zubing again. Ji Zubing leaned to the side and dodged it again. Chapter 820. Wu Sansi went crazy from anger and roared. You dare to hide? You dare to hide? Seeing how he was looking around, it seemed like he was going to throw the table away if he couldn't find something to throw. A thin and pale guard at the side couldn't stand it any longer and came forward to persuade. Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness's plan is too obvious. After all, the Prince of Luling was ambushed earlier, and he also knows that those assassins were sent by Your Highness. So how could he not be on guard? Your Highness also said that he has many experts around him. As long as he is on guard, it will be impossible for the sword dance to succeed. This person's words were logical, and Wu Sansi's anger gradually subsided. He glanced at him and said, In Chongsheng, what kind of brilliant plan do you have? If it succeeds, this king will remember you as a great merit. In Chongsheng sneered. Use poison. This subordinate believes that rather than fighting with strength, why not use wits? Your Highness only needs to poison the cup and then offer it to the Prince of Luling. He won't dare to publicly fall out with Your Highness, so will he drink the wine or not? As long as Your Highness does it cleverly, he won't be able to see any suspicious points. Even if he has doubts, he will have to brace himself and drink it. At that time, In Chongsheng proudly said, It's true that the wine is poisoned, but who saw that it was Your Highness who poisoned it? There must be an assassin framing Your Highness. In order to keep this matter a secret, the Emperor hasn't announced to the world that he has summoned the Prince of Luling back to the capital. This way, if the world has doubts, who will they suspect? The Emperor has never treated the Prince of Luling well. All the guards' eyes lit up. Ji Zubing said cheerfully, Brilliant plan? Brilliant plan? Brother Yin is truly worthy of being the little Zhuge. This is a brilliant plan. When the time comes, the Emperor won't be able to explain himself, and the world will think that the Emperor is worried about the Prince of Luling. So he summoned him back to the capital and ordered my nephew to bestow a cup of poisoned wine on his behalf. At that time, even if it's just for His Majesty's own reputation, His Majesty will do his best to clear your Highness's name. Brilliant plan, brilliant plan, brilliant my ass. If this plan works, this prince might as well kill him with a fart. Wu Sansi was so angry that he trembled. It was precisely because he was so guarded against me that I had no choice but to assassinate him. When I failed to assassinate him, I tried to kill him with my sword in front of the banquet. Not to mention a toast, even if this prince gave him a mouthful of food, he would definitely not eat it. If he wanted to refuse, there were many ways. Furthermore, what about the poison? Which one of you carries poison with you? The guards looked at each other in dismay. Wu Sansi cursed. You're all a bunch of useless trash. You usually brag that you're omnipotent, but when this king really needs you, just as Wu Sansi was cursing with all his might, someone came in to report, Your Highness, the Prince of Luling has sent someone with an invitation. Wu Sansi was stunned and asked curiously, Invitation? What invitation did he send? The guard presented the invitation with both hands and said, Prince Luling and Princess Taiping are holding a banquet, inviting your highness to attend. Wu Sansi's eyes widened. Inside and outside the courtyard where the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, lived, lanterns were hung up, brightly illuminating the place. Li Xian, supported by two female sumo wrestlers, stood at the entrance with Princess Taiping to welcome Wu Sansi. Wu Sansi resentfully said, Seventh Lang has returned from afar, so this king should be holding a banquet to welcome Seventh Lang. Why is Seventh Lang inviting me instead? Princess Taiping replied with a smile. We're all family, so why is there a need for such etiquette? Seventh Lang's return to the capital is a joyous occasion, and King Liang's coincidental meeting is another joyous occasion. Actually, Taiping is the host tonight. The mountain is simple and crude, so King Liang should not find fault with Taiping. Wu Sansi put on a fake smile and said, How could that be? It's inconvenient for the Prince of Luling to walk, so let's go in. King Liang has gone ahead of you. Prince of Luling, Princess Taiping, this Yao pays his respects. Just as Wu Sansi was about to step forward, Yao Cheng jumped out from some corner as if he had just arrived, beaming with joy as he bowed to them. Princess Taiping and Gu Zhuding hurriedly returned the greeting, while Wu Sansi stood to the side and looked at them impatiently. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone sat down in the hall and began chatting with some fresh fruits. After a while, someone came to report that King of Wei, Wu Qingxi, and Prime Minister Wei Zhigu had arrived. Li Xian and his sister came out to welcome them once more. Wu Sansi looked at Yao Cheng and chuckled. Prime Minister Yao, you really came at the right time today. Yao Cheng smiled. Not only did this Yao come at the right time, King Liang also came at the right time. King of Wei and Duke of Wei have come as well. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens for us to meet here. Wu Sansi snorted coldly. Just as he was about to reply, a heart-wrenching cough came from the courtyard. The two of them turned their heads and saw Li Xian and Princess Taiping accompanying Wu Qingxi and Wei Zhigu through the doorway. Wu Qingxi was being supported by an imperial guard, coughing while covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Wu Sansi and Yao Cheng stood up and exchanged pleasantries. Wei Zhigu very naturally sat next to Yao Cheng. Both of them were prime ministers, but he was slightly older. Yao Cheng hurriedly gave way and invited him to take the seat of honor. Wu Qingxi was supported to Wu Sansi's side. Wu Sansi sat there without moving. Wu Qingxi thought that he was Wu Sansi's older cousin, yet Wu Sansi insisted on sitting above him. He was very displeased. However, the two of them now had a common enemy, so it was not convenient for him to express his thoughts. Everyone chatted for a while more before Princess Taiping ordered for the banquet to begin. Since the banquet was attended by either the princes or the prime ministers, they were all elders. Li Tang's imperial family did not have that many strict rules, so Li Xian ordered for Li Guo to come out and accompany him. Li Guo had already changed into a set of Princess Taiping's clothes. It was indeed a little too big. Even with the skillful sewing and adjusting in time, it was still not very fitting. However, Such a bright and beautiful set of clothes was very different from the civilian girl's attire. Guo could not bear to change back. Fortunately, her beauty and radiance were unparalleled. Not to mention that this set of clothes was only slightly too big. Even if she was draped in a gunny sack, it would not be able to conceal her dazzling radiance. When such a beauty sat next to Li Xian, everyone's eyes brightened and the room was filled with a sense of radiance. Guo bowed to each of the elders. Her cute and obedient manner earned the compliments of the two princes and the two prime ministers. Guo had never received so many compliments from so many important people, especially Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong, who were both prime ministers with a bellyful of knowledge. Their words and sentences were elegant and elegant. Guo had never heard anyone appraise her in such a way before. She was overjoyed and her face blushed. When she obediently returned to her father's side and sat down, it was the three princes, the two prime ministers, and the princess's turn. Wu Qingxi had just arrived and had not had the time to communicate with Wu Sanci. He wanted to test the waters and ascertain whether this Li Xian was real or not. However, when he saw that Taiping, Wei Zhigu, and Yao Chong were all standing guard here, he was 70% sure in his heart. With Taiping and Wei, the pair of big and small demons who were familiar with everything about Li Xian, there was no way Gu Zhuding would reveal any flaws. Wu Qingxi resisted the urge to cough as he probed for a while, but he did not notice any abnormalities. After 3 rounds of drinking, someone suddenly came to report that Di Renjia had come up the mountain. When Li Xian heard this, he quickly led his sister and daughter out to welcome him. While they were out, Wu Qingxi turned sideways and whispered to Wu Sanci, "How is it?" Wu Sanci said gloomily, "You don't have to try anymore. This Li Xian is the real one." Oh, Wu Qingxi did not have the time to ask for the reason. Wu Qingxi had already determined that this person was Li Xian. Since Wu Sanci said so, he was even more certain of his belief. Wu Qingxi said, "Since Taiping is here, I'm afraid the emperor will know about it." Wu Sanci said fiercely, "This little wench, she married into the Wu family, but she is siding with an outsider." Wu Qingxi said calmly, "What's the point of saying all this now? Since the emperor knows about it, he will probably send someone to pick them up tomorrow morning. When that time comes, the world will know. Returning from Luling to the city will be protected by these 100 cavalry, internal guards, and Princess Taiping's people. Outside, there will be a guard of honor sent by the palace. The journey is short and time is tight. Even if there are people among them, they will not have a chance to act." Wu Sanci said, "That's right. If we want to act, we can only do it tonight." Wu Qingxi said, "Do you have an idea?" Wu Sanci shook his head. Wu Qingxi frowned and stroked his beard in deep thought. On the opposite side, Yao Chong also whispered to Wei Zhigu, "The princess has already reported to the emperor about Luling coming to the capital. The emperor will send someone over immediately, but it is impossible for them to return to the city now. Not to mention the fact that the city is under curfew. Even if they make an exception to open the gates for Luling, it will be more dangerous to travel at night. Secondly, the princes are already at the foot of the imperial city, yet they still want to enter the city at night. The imperial court cannot afford to lose face. I think they will have to spend the night on Dragon's Gate Mountain." Wei Zhigu laughed coldly. Not only is the emperor more suspicious and vain, from this point of view, her control over the imperial court has already. Yao Chong smiled slightly. "Isn't this a good thing for us? However, let's not talk about it. Tonight, if I wait here, they will have some misgivings. I am afraid they will take the risk and follow Ban Chao's example. Let's not talk about the future. The change in Xuanwu Gate has already become an established fact. What can the emperor do?" Wei Zhigu frowned. "We can't possibly hold this banquet for the whole night, can we?" Yao Chong said, "It's useless even if we hold it for the whole night. If they send assassins, they can just say that it has nothing to do with us. If we hold a banquet like this, it will be easier for their people to sneak in." The princess said that she has already made arrangements. The princess is wise, and a woman is not inferior to a man. Let's follow the princess's plan. As long as we get through tonight, We will escort Luling back to the palace tomorrow morning. Our mission will be accomplished. Wei Zhigu felt uneasy, but he had no other good ideas. He could only nod. The benefits of assassination were direct and enormous. Without concrete and direct evidence, one could not do anything to the other party. The public opinion of the world could not break through the last layer of window paper. However, if you wanted to solve the problem through assassination, you had to have more power than the other party or have the confidence to win more support after the deed was done, or you could simply replace them and become the final controller. Otherwise, the backlash you would suffer would be 10 times the amount you gained. This was the fundamental reason why they could only fight back passively against Zhou Xing, Lai Junshun, and today's arrogant Wu clan. They could not be as unscrupulous as the other party. Wei Zhigu frowned and sighed to himself. This night will not be easy. Chapter 821. Di Renjia had arrived and had his body carried in. As guests, Wu Chengxi, Wu Sanxi, Wei Zhigu, and Yao Cheng all came forward to pay their respects. After Wu Sanxi paid his respects, he said in an enigmatic tone, "Elder Di, you're already so sick, so why did you come at Dragon Gate? It's late at night and cold, so be careful that it won't be good for your body." Di Renjia ignored him. Yao Cheng would give him a taste of his own medicine, saying that Elder Di had been ill for a long time and wanted to use the hot spring water to treat his illness. Di Renjia just stared at the Prince of Luling with a smile, his face full of gratification. Although this Prince of Luling was Gu Zhuting in disguise, Gu Zhuting still felt deep respect for this loyal official who had toiled his entire life. She hurriedly had Di Renjia be carried to the seat of honor and solemnly bowed to him to express the respect in her heart. In the eyes of Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi, her heartfelt actions naturally reinforced their belief that the Prince of Luling was the real one. Di Renjia's body was very weak, so he had someone put a cushion on his back to sit up. Speaking was still very strenuous, but he didn't need to say too much. As long as he still had a breath left, with his status as a senior statesman of 4 dynasties, no one would dare to be impudent in front of him. Perhaps relieved to see that the Prince of Luling was fine, Di Renjia actually spoke a few more words in delight. Although his voice was very soft, and he was only using the proper etiquette to greet the Prince of Luling, Di Guangyuan was still extremely excited. He thought that the good news of the Prince of Luling's safe return had made his old father overjoyed, and that his illness had somewhat improved. Today's banquet was quite grand. At that moment, there were already 3 princes, 3 prime ministers, a princess, and a princess. Dragon's Gate Mountain was truly filled with relatives of the emperor and powerful officials. They were all gathered together. However, everyone had come in a hurry, so there was neither singing nor dancing. Everyone in the hall had their own plans while the guards in the corridor were at daggers drawn. It was said that the Prince of Luling's legs were swollen and that it was difficult for him to walk. Wu Chengxi was suffering from tuberculosis and would cough from time to time. Di Renjia didn't even have the strength to cough, so how could the atmosphere of the banquet be good? Before Di Renjia had arrived, Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi had already confirmed the Prince of Luling's identity. Now that even the most important figure in the Prince of Luling's faction, Di Renjia, had dragged his sick body up the mountain to escort the Prince of Luling, they no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Since they had achieved their goal, and there was no chance to make a move, they had no interest in continuing the banquet. Wu Chengxi only wanted to leave as soon as possible so that he could discuss a countermeasure with Wu Sanxi. After suffering for half a day, Wu Chengxi coughed twice and said to the Prince of Luling and Princess Taiping, "Today's banquet is only to celebrate the return of the Prince of Luling. Now that the goal has been achieved, and the Prince of Luling, this prince, and Di Guilao are all unwell, I see that everyone is in a good mood to drink. Why don't we disperse early? Everyone can soak in the hot spring and rest early." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "I have the same intention, but I didn't expect Prince Wei to mention it. Elder brother, I see that you have traveled a long way, and you already look tired. You must not have had a good rest on the way. Why don't we disperse now?" The Prince of Luling, disguised by Gu Zhuting, hurriedly nodded and stroked his beard, saying, "Prince Wei and Taiping are right. Since everyone is at a good time, and the King of Wei and the Prince of Luling are not feeling well, why don't we? Before Gu Zhuding could finish, she was interrupted by a burst of clear laughter. Haha, the Dragon Gate Mountain is so lively tonight. Yes, Wulong, we are late. It doesn't matter if we are late. We should drink a cup of the Prince of Luling's welcoming wine first. Two voices echoed from the front of the hall. Everyone looked down and saw 2 rows of lanterns as bright as day. 2 rows of guards stood like spears. In the middle, 2 people walked side by side. They were dressed in light robes that were as white as snow. Their figures were tall and slender like a jade tree. When the 2 walked side by side to the bottom of the stairs, the lights here were the brightest. The bright light reflected on their jade-like skin, and their beautiful faces actually reflected a faint halo. It turned out that Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi had arrived. The 2 of them came suddenly, and no one came in to announce their arrival, so everyone in the hall was stunned and did not notice Yang Fan walking behind them. What a beautiful pair of men! Liguor looked at the pair of beautiful men and could not help but hold her breath. No matter if it was man or woman, they would instinctively arouse admiration towards beauty. These 2 beautiful young men had clear, watery eyes that were clear and pure, sharp and beautiful noses that seemed to have been carved by a blade, and they possessed a gentle appearance that was feminine to the point it didn't seem like a real person. Coupled with their fluttering attire, they possessed graceful bearings that made them seem like immortals. Who are they? What beautiful men! Liguor secretly exclaimed in her heart, and in a blink of an eye, she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was standing next to the pillar of the pavilion by the door. The shadow from the beam made more than half of his face hidden under the lantern light. He was looking at the Zhang brothers with a smile that was not a smile as they arrogantly walked into the hall. His smile was very mysterious. That kind of expression had a kind of indecipherable feeling, like a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds was shrouded in fog. One could understand its precipitousness because it showed you the part under the fog, and not the peak that pierced through the clouds. Different from these 2 high-spirited young men in white, Yang Fan's appearance might not be as elegant as theirs, but it had a kind of masculine flavor. Yang Fan's expression might not be as ostentatious as theirs, but it had a kind of calm and reserved reservation. If one were to look at it from a woman's point of view, Liguor looked at Yang Fan, and then looked at the 2 elegant and beautiful young men. For a moment, there was a feeling that it was hard to tell who was better. Wu Sansi stood up in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Fifth Lang, Sixth Lang, why are you here?" Wu Qingxi had already understood, and couldn't help but stare fiercely at Princess Taiping. Zhang Changzong saw Li Guo standing next to Li Xian, and his eyes immediately brightened. He sighed in his heart. What a beautiful woman! Her appearance is so beautiful that it cannot be compared to others. I have seen many beauties from the royal palace, royal mansions, and noble families, but none of them can compare to her. If I call her the #1 beauty of our imperial court, I believe no one would object. Zhang Yizhi was much more mature than his younger brother. Although Zhang Changzong was the most beautiful, and was known as the 6th Lang of the Lotus, and was the favorite of Wu Ziqian, in terms of shrewdness, he was far inferior to his elder brother. That was why he always listened to Zhang Yizhi. While Zhang Changzong was shocked by Guer's beauty, Zhang Yizhi's gaze swept across the hall, and all the guests entered his eyes. When he saw these people, Zhang Yizhi understood in his heart, but his expression did not change. He only chuckled and pretended to be surprised, and said, "King Liang, King Wei, Prime Minister Wei, Prime Minister Yao, Your Highness, and this, oh my, it's actually Elder D. Elder D is actually here as well. Why? Are all of you here because of the Prince of Luling?" When Wu Qingxi heard Zhang Yizhi's words, his heart sank. The thing he feared the most had finally happened, and already knows that Luling has arrived at the Dragon Gate. Zhang Yizhi's expression did not fade. He suddenly looked left and right, and asked in a clear voice, "Who is the Prince of Luling? Please come forward and meet him." Gu Zhuding quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. Zhang Yizhi immediately came forward with a face full of smiles, and said, "So this is the Prince of Luling, your subject Zhang Yizhi. This is your subject's younger brother Changzong. Both of us were for the imperial censor in the palace." When the saint heard that your highness has arrived at the Dragon Gate, he was very happy and ordered us to come and greet you. Gu Zhuting said, "Thank you for your trouble. When can I follow you into the palace to meet the saint?" Zhang Yizhi said, "When the saint received the news, it was almost dusk, and the city gates are now closed. Your highness is a prince. If you quietly return to the city in the middle of the night, it will be a disgrace to the imperial court, and to your highness and the saint, it will inevitably be a breach of etiquette. May your highness stay at the Dragon Gate for a night. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises in the east, us two brothers will accompany your highness into the city." At this point, Zhang Yizhi glanced at Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi with a smile, and secretly said, "Your highness, rest assured, under the feet of the emperor in the territory of the imperial city, what can go wrong? But the saint is worried about your highness, and specially ordered us to bring a regiment of Yulin royal guards. He, just a mere hot spring steward. I'm afraid it can't be guarded well." There were 300 people in a regiment, and 300 Yulin royal guards had to guard a hot spring mountain, and the focus was only on one hall, so it was indeed enough. Gu Zhuting thought to herself, "It's good that there is no hurry to enter the city. At first, we didn't expect to be able to smoothly break through the Dragon Gate, so we were intercepted, so we didn't dare to let your highness follow us and take the risk. Right now, we don't know if your highness has entered the city, but if we delay for another day, I can attract everyone's attention here, and Prince Luling can safely enter the city." Wu Qingxi was greatly disappointed, and Wu Sanxi also couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. After spending so much effort, in the end, it was all for naught. Finished speaking, Zhang Yizhi said with a smile, "Who is hosting today's banquet? Since the two of us are here, we must at least toast to Prince Luling, to welcome your highness's return to the capital." The real Prince of Luling had been trapped on the mountain all these years and knew nothing about the outside world, so he had no idea that his mother was raising pretty boys. Gu Zhuting, however, knew that these two beautiful youths were the Empress's favorites and could be said to be the Prince of Luling's father. Her attitude was already very polite, and she quickly invited the two to take a seat. Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi couldn't just leave as soon as they arrived, and the two of them usually did their best to curry favor and flatter Zhang Yizhi. Helpless, they could only return to their seats and accompany Zhang Yizhi for a while to talk nonsense. Only then did they bring up the old topic again, wanting to go back and rest. Zhang Yizhi had no intention of making things difficult for them, so the banquet ended and everyone went back to rest. As soon as Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi left the Prince of Luling's residence, they hurriedly began a secret discussion. Wu Sanxi dejectedly said, "In the end, it was all for naught." Wu Qingxi tightly clenched his fists and angrily said, "I can't accept this." Finished speaking, he coughed violently again. Wu Sanxi rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "I wonder which regiment of Yulin Royal Guard Zhang Yizhi brought." Wu Qingxi shot him a glance and said, "What? You have people in the Yulin Royal Guard?" Wu Sanxi suddenly realized that he had misspoken and couldn't help but laugh dryly. "Does Prince Wei not have his own people in the Yulin Royal Guard?" Wu Chengxi laughed bitterly and said, "Forget it. With a great enemy in front of us, the two of us shouldn't keep trying. I'll be frank, I do. The problem is I can't get in touch with them right now." Wu Sanxi said in disbelief, "Can't get in touch? You can't get in touch with your people?" Wu Chengxi coughed twice and said angrily, "You can get in touch? Don't tell me that you, a grand prince, are going to personally bribe a pawn? Personally meet with them?" Wu Sanxi was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "That's right. For the time being, even if my people are in this regiment, I can't get in touch with them." Wu Qingxi fiercely cursed him idiot in his heart and slowed down his tone. "This time, even though we can't make use of our spies, but it's not like we don't have a chance. A chance at least one more time. As for whether we succeed or fail, that's up to fate." Wu Sanxi's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "You have a way?" Chapter 822. Wu Qingxi whispered a few words into Wu Sanxi's ear. Wu Sanxi hesitated before asking, "Will this plan work?" Wu Qingxi coughed a few times and said, "We have no choice but to give it a try no matter what. If it doesn't work, we can only send Luling back to the city. Aunt may be old, but she won't die anytime soon. We can take our time to plan." Wu Sansi gritted his teeth and nodded. "That's the only way." The two of them hurriedly left to make their own arrangements. As soon as the Wu brothers left, the banquet officially ended. It was getting late, and no one wanted to stay in the hot spring for too long. Everyone washed up and went to bed. At Wu Qingxi's residence, the two Wangye and their subordinates had not slept yet. The two of them went straight back to Wu Qingxi's residence and discussed the matter in detail for a while. Until the second watch of the night, Zheng Yu returned with his men. By the time he returned to the city under Wu Sansi's orders, the city gates were already about to close. He specially instructed the gatekeeper to close the gates a little later. The gatekeeper was no fool. He didn't know what was going on, but he could guess that it was something big. The person who had instructed him was King Liang, so he didn't dare to disobey. In any case, the streets of the city had not been cleared yet. As long as the gates were blocked, there was no harm in closing the gates a little later. This delay coincided with Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong leading a group of featherwood guards out of the city. The gatekeeper became even more nervous. He held on for less than an hour before Zheng Yu led the experts out of the city. Only then did the gatekeeper close the gates. By the time Zheng Yu and his men arrived at Dragon's Gate Mountain, it was already close to the second watch. Zheng Yu's residence was empty, and the prince was with King Wei. Zheng Yu hurried to King Wei's residence. When Wu Sansi saw him, he asked anxiously, "Have you brought everyone?" Zheng Yu was about to reply when he saw that Wu Qingxi was sitting there. He couldn't help but hesitate. Wu Sansi said, "You are not an outsider. There is no harm in speaking." Zheng Yu was secretly surprised. He didn't know when his Wangye and his sworn enemy had become on the same side. He could only say, "This subordinate has already brought the people." There are a total of 9 people. Although there are not many of them, they're all Jianghu people who know how to move high and low. They are the best at jumping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. Wu Sansi was overjoyed. Good. With them around, the plan would be more feasible. "Come, I will tell you the plan that I discussed with Wei Wang just now." Wu Qingxi covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed incessantly. As night fell, he coughed more and more violently. It was difficult for him to speak, so he could only listen to Wu Sansi's arrangements. Wu Sansi stretched out his finger and ordered some wine. Then he drew a few lines on the table and said in a deep voice, "This is the residence of the Prince of Luling. It's of the same size and style as my residence. The main residence is here." Wu Sansi's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke for almost an hour before he finally stopped and said, "Do you remember everything?" Zheng Yu nodded. Wu Qingxi, who had been silent for a long time, finally asked, "Those 9 people, do you recognize them?" Zheng Yu had already received Wu Sansi's instructions, so he did not hide anything. He respectfully replied, "Your Highness, please do not worry. These people are all Jianghu people. Some of them were once great solitary bandits, while others were once gentlemen on the roof. Not only are they used to stealing like chickens and dogs, they are also either responsible for major crimes or have taken lives. They are all wanted criminals. King Liang cherishes their abilities and has recruited them into his residence as guest officials. Their identities are extremely secretive, and they normally do not interact with outsiders. Even if someone fails, there is no way to prove that they were sent by us." Wu Qingxi nodded and said, "These people are still Jianghu people, a bunch of vicious people who only care about profit. They can only be used, not trusted. The truly important matters will still be left to you all." Tianjin. Someone immediately rushed in from outside the door and cupped his fist towards Wu Qingxi. "This subordinate is here." Wu Qingxi said, "Go with this warrior Zheng. As long as you can complete the mission, both this king and King Liang will reward you. You will enjoy a life of endless riches and glory." Tianjin was overjoyed and hurriedly acknowledged. Several figures quietly left King Liang's residence in the middle of the night. Because the various buildings on the mountain were connected together, there wasn't much distance between them. Some of the people who were proficient in lightness kung fu decided to simply move through the roofs. They were as nimble as leopards. Soon after, the guards of King Liang and King Wei began to move in secret as well. They quietly assembled without saying a word, as if they were waiting for something. Lu Shidi was a refined thief who specialized in stealing from wealthy families. He wasn't a particularly vicious thief, and he would take as many treasures as he could get his hands on. He was too lazy to make a move on anything that didn't catch his eye. With his outstanding skills, it was very rare for him to leave behind any evidence. Moreover, he had the help of his cousin, Lu Shangfei, whose skills weren't inferior to his own. However, this refined thief had another problem. He liked to steal fragrant flowers. When he was committing the crime in Yangzhou, he entered the residence of a senior official and coincidentally ended up in the room of a beauty. That beauty's thin quilt covered half of her body, revealing a pair of slender, pink thighs. Lu Shidi's lust flared, and he actually plucked this delicate flower. That beauty was one of the senior official's concubines, and she didn't dare to make a fuss even though she was taken advantage of. Lu Shidi couldn't forget the taste of this beauty. 2 days later, when the case was exposed, he only heard that the senior official's residence reported that something had been lost, but there was no mention of this beauty's chastity. Lu Shidi guessed that she didn't dare to make a fuss because she cherished her reputation. As a result, he became bold and paid a visit to the senior official's residence. This Lu Shidi's appearance was quite handsome, plus that Governor Yang's mansion had no less than a dozen wives and concubines. Under the constant rain and dew, for 3 to 5 months, she did not have a single time to have sex. Over time, the one who stole and the one who was stolen became the one who committed adultery. Lu Shidi fell in love with this beauty and told her everything about his background. He didn't expect that when the plot was exposed, this beauty would be frightened by her master and spill the beans, revealing everything she knew. This time, even Lu Shidi's lair was dug up. Helpless, he and his cousin Lu Shangfei fled to the north, where they were recruited by Wu Sanci, whose ambition had been growing day by day in recent years. These two were originally gentlemen on the beam who stole chickens and dogs, and their skills were extremely high. They even had something special added to the soles of their boots, allowing them to walk on the smooth, glazed roof tiles as if they were walking on flat ground. Unexpectedly, they managed to sneak their way to the top of the Prince of Luling's bedroom. Like snakes, the two slid down the eaves and climbed onto the pavilion pillars. After exchanging a glance, they suddenly flew toward the hall door. Bang! The hall door was bolted, and the arm-thick bolt was unexpectedly broken by the two men's kicks. Without waiting for the guards at the bottom of the steps to react, the two men flew in. A high-pitched scream came from behind the screen. Lu Shidi quickly thought, this old man of Luling is shameless. He's still hanging between life and death, yet he still has a woman to serve him in his bed. Unexpectedly, the two of them flashed past the screen and were dumbfounded. The candles in the room were still burning, illuminating only one person on the bed. It was a young girl as beautiful as a flower. The young girl's face was full of shock as she pulled the thin quilt tightly to cover her body, revealing only a trace of white and tender skin on her shoulder. The thin quilt was not much thicker than a single layer of bedding. There was no one else on the bed, so they could see everything clearly. Lu Shidi, whose face was covered with a green cloth and only his eyes could be seen, exclaimed, "He changed rooms." Lu Shangfei fiercely said, "Kill her." Lu Shidi pulled him back and said anxiously, "Go find the main character. How can I bear to kill such a beauty?" Finished speaking, Lu Shidi pulled Lu Shangfei away. Lu Shangfei said exasperatedly, "Big brother, with your lustful temperament, haven't you suffered enough?" As he spoke, the two of them brandished their weapons and began to fight against the 100 cavalry guards who were charging at them. In the courtyard, there were still soldiers from the Yuling Guard who also raised their weapons to attack. The two of them fought as they ran, kicking down the doors of the rooms one by one as they entered to search, causing a great commotion. In the Prince of Luling's bedroom, Li Guo pulled the thin quilt to cover her body. She thought that the two assassins were about to charge over, but unexpectedly, the two of them turned around and left. She couldn't help but be startled. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the other two female guards separately flew down from the pillar, the curtain, and the beam, looking at each other in dismay. If Lu Shidi took one more step forward, he would enter the ambush circle formed by the four of them. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually left. Lu Shidi also didn't expect that his tender heart would save his life today. But even though the two of them had escaped this calamity, they continued to break into every room they saw, and the number of Imperial guards chasing after them only increased. No matter how skilled the two of them were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of so many Imperial guards. Lu Shidi's shoulder was hit by a spear, and Lu Shangfei's buttocks were kicked. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to escape if they continued to fight, the two of them could only leap onto the roof and rely on their ability to fly high to shake off their pursuers. Chen Shui and Li Qi were also a pair of experts recruited by Wu Sanci. The two of them were originally great solitary bandits who roamed Hebei, but after the Khitans and the Turks fought a series of fierce battles in Hebei, there weren't many fat sheep left, so the two of them could only head south to make a living. While passing through Luoyang, they ran into a friend who had already defected to King Liang's side. With his recommendation, they also joined King Liang. The two of them were attacking a side palace hall. These buildings all had one main building and two auxiliary buildings. The side palace hall that the two of them were staying in was either occupied by Li Ke or Princess Taiping. Wu Sanci and Wu Qingxi wanted to go all out and kill Princess Taiping during the chaos. In reality, the two of them were well versed in the principle of a crafty rabbit has three burrows. They didn't believe that the Prince of Luling would still be sleeping peacefully in the main palace hall tonight. It would already be a miracle if he didn't change his residence in one night. The main palace hall definitely wasn't in Luling. They just wanted to use these assassins to create chaos, but they really hoped that the attack on the side palace hall would succeed. Chen Shui and Li Qi broke into the side palace hall. The hall was also brightly lit. When these nobles were resting, they would put down the curtains and sleep. For the sake of convenience, they rarely extinguished the candles, so the candles on the table burned all night long. The sound of the door being kicked had alerted the people in the tent. The two of them had just flashed past the screen with their sabers when they saw the curtain parting and a face poking out from inside. As soon as the face appeared, Chen Shui and Li Qixian, who had rushed in aggressively, let out a strange cry and jumped back in fright. The face that came out of the tent was green. The corner of the red robe was faintly discernible. The skin was as white as snow, and the chest was flat. It was neither a man nor a woman, but the green face was as ferocious as a malicious ghost. When the malicious ghost saw them barging in with knives in hand, it also let out a shrill cry and retracted its head with a swoosh. The curtain closed and parted again. This time, two ghostly faces popped out. When the two ghostly faces saw the swords and sabers in their hands, they screamed in unison. Amidst the screams, the green faces horribly cracked open. The cracks made the faces even more terrifying, and the skin on the faces was still falling off. Chen Shui and Li Qi were scared out of their wits when they saw such a horrifying scene. They jumped back in unison, and with a bang, they knocked over the 8 curtains that had fallen to the ground. The two of them also fell to the ground on their backs. At this time, the bodyguards who had rushed in had already raised their swords and sabers and slashed at their heads. Chapter 823. Perhaps the pair of bandits, Chen Shui and Li Qi, had killed too many people and were guilty of too many crimes. When they suddenly saw a green ghost head, they shrunk their necks and turned back into a pair of ghost heads, scaring them out of their wits. They actually knocked over the screen and fell to the ground. Caught off guard, they were hacked to death by the guards who rushed in. After the Imperial bodyguards killed the 2 assassins, they looked up and saw that there was no screen in front of them. As soon as they saw the 2 ghost heads, the Imperial bodyguards jumped in fright. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't turn around and run away. When the 2 evil ghosts on the bed saw the guards raising their sabers and spears, one of them hurriedly shouted, "Don't attack. Look carefully. I am Zhang Changzong, I am Minister Fengshan Zhang Changzong." As he shouted, the green skin on his face fell off, revealing a bit of his appearance. Only then did everyone realize that he was indeed Zhang Changzong. They didn't know what he had smeared on his face, but it was so ugly that it was frightening. At this time, the other green-faced ghost rubbed his hands together and had already rubbed off more than half of the green skin on his face. Wearing a red nightgown, he jumped to the ground and angrily shouted, "There are actually assassins who dare to harm us. How audacious! First protect us, brothers, then send someone to investigate in detail." This person who had rubbed off his green skin was actually Zhang Yiji. It turned out that these two brothers' future of riches and honor depended on their pretty faces, so they cherished their faces very much. Other than when they were serving Wu Ziqian, every night they would mix mung bean paste, egg white, vegetable juice, almonds, honey, and other ingredients into a kind of beauty paste and apply it to their faces. Every morning, they would wash their faces after waking up. Tonight, Yang Fan had already made all kinds of arrangements, but he didn't give these two brothers any special protection. In Yang Fan's view, if the Wu brothers were to make a move tonight and really break through the encirclement to kill their way into the inner chamber, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to kill the Zhang brothers with a single blade. Unexpectedly, these two brothers were so lucky that they actually used the beauty paste on their faces to save his life. Outside the Prince of Luling's residence, upon seeing the guards rushing and upon hearing the alarm, Tanjin, who was hiding in the shadows, waved his hand down and shouted, "Move!" Immediately, several guards ignited the objects in their hands and tossed them toward the king of Luling's residence and courtyard. Bows and arrows were usually kept in the armory for safekeeping. This was not a battlefield where two armies faced off against each other, so naturally, bows and arrows could not be taken out. Even if they were taken out, it would be too conspicuous to carry them around. They made some incendiary bombs and wrapped them in pottery jars. As soon as they fell to the ground, they burst into flames. As soon as the fire was ignited, Zheng Yu let out a whistle and shouted, "Someone is plotting against the Prince of Luling. Protect the Prince of Luling." Finished speaking, he leaped out and led a group of cavalry to charge in. At the same time, Ji Zubing, Yin Changsheng, Tanjin, and the others each led a sentry team and shouted their own slogans, such as "Protect the Prince of Luling," "Protect Princess Taiping," "Protect State Elder Di," "Protect Prime Minister Yao," "Protect Prime Minister Wei." Their slogans were different, but their actions were the same, charging in together. Prince Liang's men, Prince Wei's men, Di Rinda's men, Wei Zhigu's and Yao Chang's Imperial Guard from the south, Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's Imperial Guard from the north, Princess Taiping's men, as well as 100 cavalrymen, internal guards, and assassins who could not escape in time. The small residence was immediately thrown into chaos like a hornet's nest. There were so many people from different backgrounds and factions, and they were not familiar with each other. If they did not introduce themselves, no one would know who they were. So it was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. This was Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi's plan. Sending assassins might not necessarily be able to kill the Prince of Luling. So as long as they could get close to him under the guise of protecting the Prince of Luling, they could take advantage of the chaos and make their move at night. It was a mess on the hilltop, but it was quiet on the hillside. In the residence of the hot spring soup supervisor, a black shadow quietly walked to the window and pushed it open with both hands. The battle cries on the hill immediately came into his ears. The faint moonlight shone on his body, which was actually naked. This was a perfect, strong, sunny male body with smooth and graceful lines of muscles. He had broad shoulders, strong chest muscles, a flat abdomen, a tucked-in waist, and a muscular buttocks. The Bodhi is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. There is nothing in the world, so where does the dust come from? Looking at the torches fluttering like fireflies on the hilltop from afar, the naked, beautiful man actually recited a famous Buddhist poem in a very Zen manner. "Dead man, Chalong is not on the hill, so let them do whatever they want. Why don't you come?" A charming and enchanting voice suddenly came from behind. The slightly panting tone and the charming and enchanting voice were especially attractive in this quiet night. The person standing in front of the window unconsciously turned around and saw the high and low of the bed, which was a beautiful landscape. The tall and straight jade chest, thin waist, plump buttocks, and slender thighs outlined an extremely attractive curve. The faint light, which clearly and secretly hid the mountains and rivers, made people want to explore it even more. The person standing in front of the window couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration and close the window. The shouts and battle cries suddenly became distant again. The naked, muscular man gently walked to the side of the bed and sat down. He put his hand on her beautiful and firm calf and followed the warm and smooth curve all the way up. The slender and round thighs, the round and perky buttocks, the slender waist, and the beautiful back as smooth as jade. His exploration didn't last for too long. The person on the bed became more and more short of breath because of his caresses. She couldn't wait any longer. She suddenly stretched out a pair of jade arms and hooked them around the neck of her lover who was sitting on the side of the bed. Then she pulled them down on the bed together. The man smiled mischievously and said, "Little greedy cat, you want to have a second taste?" The woman said coquettishly, "Are you giving it to me or not?" How could the man say no? So the battle began again. The woman knelt on the bed. Although the light was dim, one could still see her slender waist, which made the circumference of her buttocks look especially big. The shape of the honey peach made people want to pierce it. So this warrior raised his gun and rushed forward without hesitation. In the violent collision sounds, the tempting honey peach continued to move forward. Finally, with an "Aya" sound, the woman's head hit the bed in front of her. She couldn't bear to let the warrior who was trying to break the fortress and try to release himself stop for a rest. She just gritted her teeth and grabbed a soft pillow to put on her head. The battle on the mountain was also fighting on the mountainside. The battle on the mountain was a battle that was destined to have no winner, no matter who lost first. But the battle on the mountainside was a battle where the man lost first, so only one side could enjoy the fruits of victory. The woman lost first, so both sides could enjoy the fruits of victory. Who would win? The commotion on the mountain continued until dawn and still hadn't subsided. It was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, and it was difficult to distinguish factions. In the chaos, those who tried to protect the Prince of Luling suddenly felt that it was better to protect their master first. But after their master was found, he repeatedly asked them to protect the Prince of Luling. So they simply came to protect their master. And those who pretended to protect the Prince of Luling chased the assassins and the non-existent assassins everywhere. After searching every room, even the woodshed and the kitchen, they found that the Prince of Luling was nowhere to be found. So while covering the escape of the assassins, they expanded the search area. When the east was just beginning to brighten, everyone was sure of one fact. The Prince of Luling was gone, and so was the Princess Taiping. To be precise, since the banquet last night, no one had seen them again. Gu Zhuting, dressed in the military uniform of the Inner Guards, mingled in the ranks of the Inner Guards, together with Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing, pretending to look for the Prince of Luling. She almost laughed out loud. She felt that the sect master's plan was really wonderful. Who would have thought that this pretty Inner Guard was the Prince of Luling whom they had been searching for thousands of times? Just when everyone was at a loss, two female sumo wrestlers accompanied the Princess Taiping appeared in front of everyone. Looking at her radiant appearance, she should have won the battle last night. But looking at her ruddy face, which was like a red lotus that had absorbed enough dew, it seemed that the winner was someone else. Who knew? In any case, Yang Fan had appeared in the crowd at some point, looking a little tired as if he had accompanied everyone for most of the night. Don't panic, everyone. The Prince of Luling is safe and sound. The moment the Princess Taiping arrived, she gave everyone a reassuring pill. She didn't want Elder D to die of anxiety here. Standing on either side of Di Renjia, Wei Zhigu and Yao Chong couldn't help but tightly grasp Di Renjia's old and cold hands, while Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, who had been pretending to be anxious, felt a chill in their hearts. There's no need to ask. There are too many people here, and it's hard to say that there aren't people hiding here with ill intentions towards the Prince of Luling. It's really inconvenient for me to tell you right now. Last night, because I sensed that something was wrong, I first protected my seventh brother and didn't inform everyone in advance. Please forgive me. Prince Liang, Prince Wei, Prime Minister Di, Prime Minister Wei, and Prime Minister Yao, I thank you all for coming to the rescue in time. The Princess Taiping bowed to the people she mentioned, and everyone returned the gesture. Among them, Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi returned the gesture with mixed feelings in their hearts. The Princess Taiping smiled at Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong and said, "It's really my elder brother's fault for causing the fifth and sixth brothers to be unable to rest. I'll have my elder brother hold a banquet to calm the fifth and sixth brothers down." Zhang Yizhi chuckled and deliberately glanced at Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi, saying with a double meaning, "This wine to calm the fifth and sixth brothers should indeed be treated by someone else. There's no need for the princess to apologize. If not for the princess's wisdom in making preparations and allowing the Prince of Luling to be injured right under our noses, we really wouldn't be able to explain it to the sages. Speaking of which, we should be the ones thanking the princess." The princess smiled faintly and said, "It's still early. Why don't the two of you go back to your rooms and take a nap? When the sun rises, I'll invite the seventh brother to be escorted back to the city." Zhang Yizhi sighed and said, "It's been a rough night. How can I sleep? I'll go back to the palace and have a good sleep after handing over the task. I won't sleep now. Prince Wei, Prince Liang, the three prime ministers, why don't we sit in the main hall for a while and have a chat? After breakfast, we'll wait for the sun to rise. What do you think?" Di Renjia and the other two naturally wouldn't agree. At this juncture, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi knew that their plan had failed. They were dispirited and couldn't show it, so they could only force themselves to agree. The group then walked to the main hall. At this moment, no one noticed that the girl, surnamed Gu, had disappeared from the inner guards. Chapter 824. By the time the sky was bright, everyone had already had their breakfast and were packing up for the journey. At this time, Princess Taiping gave an order. Before long, everyone saw the Prince of Luling walking out of the inner chamber with the support of two of Princess Taiping's personal guards. Last night, several hundred people had fought in this small courtyard of the palace. Every room, including under the windows, in the cupboards, and even in every crevice and every brick, had been searched, but he was nowhere to be found. But now Li Xian was leisurely walking out of the rear hall. Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi looked as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded. They simply couldn't imagine where he had hidden last night. As soon as Li Xian came out, he repeatedly cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. After all, everyone had come for him, but he had avoided them until now. After the chaos last night, no one would blame him. In fact, everyone present knew that the assassin from last night was definitely sent by Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. But the wonderful thing was that everyone pretended not to know. Even Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi pretended not to know. When everyone saw each other, they were still polite and courteous. Those who needed to be courteous, those who needed to be courteous, those who needed to be greeted. When the Prince of Luling arrived, the troops were ready to set off. Princess Taiping's 8 female guards guarded the innermost area, the 8 mountains of flesh surrounding the Prince of Luling impenetrable. Next came the 100 cavalry and internal guards led by Yang Fan, followed by the Imperial Guard led by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, followed by the Southern Guard led by Di Renjia, Yao Chong, and Wei Zhigu, and finally, the family warriors of Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. Princess Taiping had made it clear not because she didn't trust the two princes, but because the two princes had brought private troops. When the Prince of Luling returned to the capital, he naturally had to be surrounded and protected by the troops of the imperial court. There was no reason for him to borrow the private troops of Prince Liang and Prince Wei. Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi had already given up on the idea of assassinating the Prince of Luling, so they wouldn't argue with her over this matter. A majestic army left the Dragon's Gate. Early in the morning, there was news from the capital. The emperor heard that the Prince of Luling was ill in Fong County. Anxious to save his son, he had already ordered the minister-counselor Su Yanba to go to Fangzhou to summon the Prince of Luling, his consort, and his sons back to Luoyang for treatment. Today was the day the Prince of Luling would arrive in the capital. Wu Ziqian had drafted this decree a long time ago, and it was only after the Prince of Luling safely arrived at the capital that it was announced to the world. However, that minister-counselor Su Yanba had only accompanied Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong on a trip. From beginning to end, he had never shown his face or spoken a word, and the imperial court had only borrowed his name. Of course, summoning the prince only required an edict and a messenger. The glorious Tang dynasty, the son of heaven. What problem could there be if he wanted to return to the capital? The 100 cavalry, the internal guards, the assassinations along the way, the numerous dangers, the princes, the prime ministers, and even the emperor's personal bodyguard to ensure the safety of the Prince of Luling. These things had never happened before and had to be erased. When the procession was about to arrive at Luoyang, the two princes, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, as well as the 3 prime ministers, led their troops away. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong retreated behind the scenes. That minister-counselor Su, who had never shown his face, rode to the front on a large horse and became the messenger to welcome the Prince of Luling back to the capital. What needed to be clear was that he was the Prince of Luling who had been escorted all the way back from Fangzhou. The Prince of Luling had never lived at the Dragon's Gate, so there had never been a riot like last night on Dragon's Gate Mountain. The common people of the capital had heard the news of the Prince of Luling's return to the capital announced by Basho early in the morning. When they saw such a grand procession entering the city, those who didn't know immediately knew that the Prince of Luling had returned. The common people immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. In fact, whether it was the Prince of Luling or the crowned princely Dan, their influence among the common people had long been waning. As long as the common people had food to eat and clothes to wear, they didn't care who the emperor was. It was just that Wu Ziqian's various actions of excluding dissidents and putting the Wu clansmen in important positions in the court were unpopular. His prestige among the common people had also been declining day by day due to the large-scale construction and the unfavorable war. In comparison, the common people were naturally very happy that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital. They hoped that this prince would one day inherit the throne and work hard to restore the grandeur of the Tang dynasty during the reign of Taizong and Gaozong, rebuilding a rich and powerful country. With the protection of Princess Taiping, Elder Di, Prime Minister Wei, and Prime Minister Yao, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi's confirmation, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong's personal welcome, and the emperor's procession, could this prince still be a fake? No one thought so. As a result, the secret scouts at the various city gates of Luoyang had already withdrawn with their tails between their legs. However, Huang Xuchang and Anu, who were still outside the city, were still unaware of this sudden change. When Yang Fan led the enemies to hide on Mount Longmin yesterday morning, Huang Xuchang had already taken a shortcut and rushed to Luoyang. However, he did not enter the city immediately. Instead, he followed Yang Fan's orders and hid in a small village nearby with Prince of Luling, Li Xian. This village was home to 3 brothers of the Ox clan. The eldest was a farmer, the second sold vegetables, and the third ran a small business. In the Ox village, they could be considered an above-average family. The father of these 3 brothers was the old steward of Yang Fan's estate. After hiding in the Ox village with Prince of Luling, Huang Xuchang soon arrived at the home of steward Niu's second son. Soon, Niu entered the city carrying a basket of vegetables. He wandered around the various shops while shouting. When he arrived at Yang Fan's house in Fortune Kindness Square, a cook from the Yang clan came out and bought 2 bunches of chives, a dozen cucumbers, and 3 bundles of spinach. Then, Niu left with the basket. After less than an hour, old steward Niu of the Yang family led a few young workers to Nan City. No one paid attention to them, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to tell that one of the young workers was Yang Fan's second wife, Anu, disguised as a young worker. When it was almost evening, these young workers carried a few things back from their own shop in Nan City, but the old steward and Anu, who was disguised as a young worker, had already disappeared. Early the next morning, Anu escorted Prince of Luling back to the city. Because Huang Xuchang's appearance was too distinctive, even if he changed his appearance, it would be difficult to change his physique. Therefore, Anu sent him to the northern part of the city alone, leaving the important task of protecting Prince of Luling to Anu. Anu had dressed Prince of Luling up as a butcher. The wrinkles on his face had turned into ferocious scars, and his cheeks had also become fierce-looking. With an apron stained with oil tied around his waist, he sat on a greasy cart, reeking of the smell of lard and sheep. Anu, on the other hand, was dressed as a butcher, holding a whip and driving the two donkeys that were pulling the cart. Originally, Anu had prepared a few backup plans just in case, but unexpectedly, these countermeasures were not used at all. The procession that entered the city from the southern gate and traveled along the most prosperous Ding-Ding Street all the way to the palace had already attracted the attention of the entire city. Even though there were still a few people sent by Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi who hadn't withdrawn in time, they no longer had the interest to search the people entering the city. The process of Anu bringing Prince of Luling into the city went very smoothly. The first wife of the Yang clan, Xiaoman, was also in disguise, leading a few of the Yang clan's workers to secretly support the procession at the southern gate. Originally, she had planned to create a mess if anything happened. Seeing them enter without a hitch, Xiaoman didn't make a sound and just followed them in the dark. Only when she saw the meat cart enter the southern city did she smile and return to her shop first. The Yang clan's business was getting bigger and bigger, and Xiaoman's management was very good. Her shop was very profitable, and now she had taken over a few poorly run shops. However, she also knew that a tall tree attracts the wind, so she went through 2 more procedures to prevent people from knowing that these shops had been annexed by the Yang clan. Now that Xiaoman had a lot of people at her disposal, she didn't need to personally take care of these shops. If she needed to check the accounts, she could send someone else, so for now, no one knew that these shops were also under the surname of the Yang clan. Although wealthy families never lacked for meat, and poultry, the slaughter prohibition only existed in name. As long as it existed, it was impossible to openly sell meat in Luoyang. If meat was sold secretly, the price would inevitably rise, and it was already very difficult for small families to sell meat. Now that the ban on slaughter had just been lifted, it was the time when the meat business in Luoyang was booming. There were millions of people in Luoyang, and the consumption of meat was astonishing. Xiaoman had converted one of the shops she had taken over into a meat shop, and the business was quite booming. The meat cart drove into the Yang clan's butcher shop and went straight to the backyard to unload the goods. When the empty cart left, the butcher and the assistant had all been replaced. Li Xian and Anu, who were disguised as the butcher and the assistant, had already become a middle-aged scribe dressed in green and a delicate and pretty attendant who was his study companion. They walked slowly in Luoyang, one in the front and one in the back. Luoyang had a population of millions, and the Son of Heaven's capital was far more prosperous than other places. In particular, scholars could be seen everywhere in Luoyang. The 2 people dressed like this, a master and a servant, were inconspicuous on the streets of Luoyang. The 2 slowly walked forward, passing by the Huihe and Inzhong workshops, and arrived at the Luo River. Anu paid 3 copper coins, rented a small boat, and helped Li Xian onto the boat. They rode on the waves and sailed all the way to the Tianjin Bridge. Only then did the master and servant abandon the boat and disembark. Standing at the Tianjin Bridge and gazing at the magnificent palaces and pavilions, Li Xian couldn't help but tear up. Anu said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we haven't entered the palace yet. We still need to be vigilant." Ah! Li Xian heard her warning and promptly turned to look at the river, taking the opportunity to quietly wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Huang Xuchang had driven a carriage to the Tianjin Bridge a long time ago. Anu had only agreed to meet him here, so he didn't know what appearance Anu and the Prince of Luling would take, what they would ride, or which direction they would come from. Thus, when he arrived at the Tianjin Bridge, he had been looking all around. Anu helped Li Xian disembark from the boat and disembark. They had already been standing at the bridgehead for a while when Huang Xuchang finally noticed them. Overjoyed, he hurriedly drove the carriage to their side. Anu and Li Xian saw Huang Xuchang as soon as the carriage moved. Thus, Huang Xuchang didn't say anything even when he drove the carriage up to them, only looking at them with an expression of uncontrollable excitement. Anu vigilantly scanned the surroundings before whispering to Li Xian, "Your Highness, please board the carriage." Anu didn't put down the pedal. Instead, she reached out to grab Li Xian's ribs and pulled him onto the carriage. Li Xian also knew that this was the final moment of success or failure. He was both nervous and excited, and his movements unexpectedly became nimble. He quickly crawled into the carriage and sat down. Huang Xuchang then cracked the horsewhip and drove the carriage toward the palace. Within the boundaries of the palace, unauthorized people were not allowed to linger or linger. Merchants were also not allowed to set up stalls, so the square was completely empty. Anu followed the carriage forward a few steps. Seeing that the carriage was flying away, knowing that there could no longer be any accidents here, she finally stopped. With a faint smile, she turned around and walked toward the bridgehead. In the distance, a guard of honor slowly appeared amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of heads. Chapter 825. The carriage stopped in front of the Zhuyi gate. It was not that it was forbidden to ride horses and carriages in front of the palace, but he had never seen someone like Huang Xuchang who could whip like rain and ride like flying. The guards in front of the Zhuyi gate had already tightened their grip on their spears. When the carriage arrived in front of the palace gates, the guards suddenly pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Huang Xuchang raised his eyes to look at the thick and lofty palace walls in front of him and felt a kind of dizziness. Only then did he realize that the clothes on his back were completely soaked and stuck to his body. He hadn't felt nervous during the bloody battles and battles of wits along the way. However, the last part of the road made him so nervous that he was drenched in sweat. Li Xian had already lifted the curtain of the carriage and stared in a daze at the tightly closed palace gates in front of him. The copper nails as big as the mouth of a bowl sparkled in the sunlight. Li Xian's eyes couldn't help but moisten again. This is Commander Huang? An imperial soldier guarding the Zhuyi gate looked at Huang Xuchang with a face full of astonishment and didn't dare to recognize him. Huang Xuchang jumped off the carriage and felt his feet were floating. He looked back and saw that there was no one on the flat square of the palace. Nothing unexpected had happened, but his heart was still beating rapidly. Huang Xuchang swallowed and quickly walked to the palace gates. He took out his turtle seal from his belt and handed it to the general on guard with both hands. In a deep voice, he said, "Quickly report to the emperor that Commander Huang Xuchang of the 100 Cavalry Brigade has returned to the capital to reply to the edict. Right now, he has brought a person and wishes to enter the palace to see the emperor. Please allow him." He had the turtle seal of the 100 Cavalry Brigade and was a registered imperial guard of the palace. He could enter the palace at any time, but it was impossible for him to bring someone in. Right now, he didn't dare to trust Li Xian with anyone else. He had to watch Li Xian himself to be at ease, so he could only hand over his turtle seal. The general on guard saw that the person who had come was indeed Commander Huang of the 100 Cavalry Brigade. His expression was grave, and he was dressed in civilian clothing. He guessed that something big must have happened and didn't dare to tarry. He quickly took the turtle seal and said, "Commander Huang, please wait a moment." Then he flew into the palace. Huang Xuchang finally turned around and walked to the front of the carriage. He put down his foot and respectfully said, "Your Highness, please get off the carriage. We have arrived." Li Xian was so excited that his entire body was trembling. If not for Huang Xuchang supporting him, he might not even be able to get out of the car. Supported by Huang Xuchang, he shakily got out of the carriage. Looking around, other than the giant pillar in front of the palace that he had never seen before, the entire palace was exactly the same as when he left Luoyang. Before he left the capital, he was the emperor. He was a high-spirited, ambitious young son of heaven who intended to imitate his father and grandfather and create a great cause. Today, when he returned, his back was stooped and his temples were gray. He was already a cautious and ambitious old man in his 50s. Thinking of this, tears trickled down her cheeks. Wu Ziqian did not attend court today. She sat in Wuqing Hall, accompanied by Wan. She had come here early in the morning, dressed in splendid attire, waiting for her son, who had been under house arrest in Fangzhou for 16 years, to come and see her. "Your Majesty," the palace gatekeeper jogged to the hall of martial accomplishment. After catching his breath at the door, he reported in a loud voice, "The commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xiuchang, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience. He has brought someone with him, asking for your Majesty's grace to enter the palace. The tortoise talisman is here. I've already verified it." "Huang Xiuchang? Who is it?" The white-haired Wu Ziqian, who was too lazy to hide in front of her son, looked at Wan who was standing prettily to the side with her pair of old eyes. Wan was slightly startled. She bent down and said in a low voice, "Sage, this person is one of the 2 commanders of the 100 Cavalry Brigade you sent to Fangzhou to welcome back the Prince of Luling. The ceremonial procession has not arrived yet. Why has he returned first and even brought someone with him? Could it be When people get old, they tend to forget things." Wu Zetian only remembered after being reminded by Shangwan Waner. Although she was a little forgetful now, her mind and wisdom, which had been honed by years of life in the palace and the pressure of power, were not dull because of this. With just a thought, she realized something was wrong. She immediately ordered, "Allow him to bring someone into the palace. Let him see the emperor in Wuqing Hall." The palace gatekeeper received the emperor's verbal order and hurriedly agreed before retreating. Wu Ziqian looked at the quiet doorway and thoughtfully thought for a while. Suddenly she said, "Wan who do you think this person brought with him?" Shangwan Wan's eyes flashed. She quietly lowered her eyes and said, "Wan has no clue. I really have no way to guess." Wu Ziqian lightly tapped the table with her fingers and muttered to herself, "Taiping told me that Xian Er's return to the capital this time will not be peaceful." When the palace gatekeeper returned to Zuiyi Gate, Huang Xiuchang was standing with Li Xian at the palace gate. Although he did not speak or move, his heart was burning with anxiety. When the palace gatekeeper passed on the edict, Huang Xiuchang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Withdrawing the turtle talisman, he allowed the palace guards to search their bodies. Huang Xiuchang supported Li Xian and walked through the palace gate. After passing through a long city gate, they once again appeared under the sunlight. Only then did they subconsciously relax. It was as if there had been an invisible demon chasing them from behind. Only now did they feel safe. Under the guidance of the palace attendants, Huang Xiuchang supported Li Xian and walked forward. When they arrived in front of Wuqing Hall, Huang Xiuchang gently let go of Li Xian and said in a clear voice, "Commander of the 100 Cavalry Brigade, Huang Xiuchang has received the imperial edict to go to Fangzhou to bring back the Prince of Luling. Today, I am bringing the Prince of Luling to see the Emperor and present the edict to His Majesty." At the side, Li Xian's face trembled violently. It was hard to say whether it was joy or fear. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Mother, son, Li Xian has returned. He requests to see Mother." Hearing the news, Wu Zetian unconsciously stood up. Wan hurriedly went forward to support him. Wu Zetian composed herself and waved her hand at her. Slowly sitting down again, she ordered in a low voice, "Call him in." Wan said in a clear and melodious voice, "The Emperor has an edict. The Prince of Luling is invited to have an audience." Li Xian's back was bent. It was unknown whether it was because the threshold was too high that he tripped or because his legs were too weak to stand, but he only took 3 steps over the threshold before he felt his knees with a thud. Touching his forehead to the ground, he cried in a sorrowful voice, "Mother, Xian has returned." As soon as he said this, tears fell like rain. As the procession to welcome the Prince of Luling crossed the Tianjin Bridge, Yang Fan sat on his horse, vigilantly sizing up the crowd. Although he had expected that since he was already here, it was unlikely that there would be any problems, but there was no harm in being careful. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he suddenly saw a pair of familiar eyes. In reality, it should be said that those eyes were looking at him, revealing a look of seeing an acquaintance. Yang Fan's gaze swept back and fixed on that person. It was an extremely delicate and pretty little attendant. His appearance was 50 to 60% similar to Anu's. Dressed in a man's attire, Anu smiled at him. It was a very charming smile, and Yang Fan couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, everyone's gazes were focused on the prince of Luling's carriage. Otherwise, if people saw Yang Fan and an attendant looking at each other and smiling with affection, tomorrow in Luoyang City, there would be an elegant matter of cutting off sleeves and sharing peaches. The common people of the capital never minded this kind of gossip. The procession turned in the direction of the imperial palace, and it was not suitable for uninvolved people to follow. The crowd stopped at the Tianjin Bridge and gradually dispersed. The procession escorted the Prince of Luling all the way to the side gate, where Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi entered the imperial palace first to report to Wuqing Hall. After a moment, an edict was sent out from the imperial palace. The minister-counselor Su Yanbo was going to lead the Prince of Luling into the imperial palace. Gu Zhuting, disguised as the Prince of Luling, looked to Yang Fan for help. Yang Fan nodded slightly, and Gu Zhuting forced herself to remain calm. Bracing herself, she followed Su Yanbo into the imperial palace. She was a Jianghu person, and this was the first time she had been to the imperial palace. Seeing the majestic palace buildings that were like the gates of heaven, a sense of nervousness and awe involuntarily welled up in her heart. However, she believed that Yang Fan would not harm her. Since Yang Fan had nodded and agreed for her to enter the imperial palace, there would certainly be no problem. There would not be any crime of deceiving the ruler. Inside the eastern palace, Gao Lishur mysteriously said to Li Longji, "Your Highness, do you know what important matter is happening in court today?" Li Dan, who was sitting dazedly in the sun, was startled and involuntarily pricked up his ears. Recently, the court had become much more lax in their supervision of him. Ever since Shangguan Waner and Fu Qingqing had taken control of the imperial palace, there was no longer a petty person like Wei Tuaner who would come to torment him from time to time. It was rare for him to have a few days of peace and quiet. Could it be that something was going to happen again? Li Longji had just finished a round of boxing with Gao Lishur in the courtyard. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, he said to Gao Lishur, "What happened?" Gao Lishur and Li Longji were about the same age, and he was the only person in Li Longji's life in the imperial palace who was very friendly to him and was not a blood brother. Moreover, it was precisely because of Gao Lishur's sympathy and help that their meals and even their clothing for the 4 seasons had greatly improved. Li Longji was now even closer to Gao Lishur than a blood brother. Gao Lishur said, "In the morning court, the emperor sent down an edict saying that the Prince of Luling has fallen ill in Fangzhou. He had already sent someone to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital to treat his illness. The Princess of Luling and the princes have all returned together and entered the capital today, so the morning court was adjourned. However, the emperor also said that the Prince of Luling is currently ill and that the officials are not to receive him. He said that he will only receive the officials after the Prince of Luling recovers." Oh, hearing this, Li Longji couldn't help but look toward the palace gates, feeling lost. Gao Lishur continued, "I estimate that the Prince of Luling should have arrived at the palace by now. Perhaps tomorrow, Your Highness will meet with the princes of the Prince of Luling's estate." Li Longji was clever and clever. Upon hearing this news, he knew that his grandmother had already decided to remove his father from the position of crown prince. Even if his father became the emperor in the future, he would still be a prince, and the throne would have nothing to do with him. However, the son of an emperor and the son of a prince were still a level apart in status. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Gao Lishur appeared to be naive and casually mentioned this matter, but he was actually an extremely intelligent person. Moreover, there was no lack of eunuchs in the palace who were good at figuring out the intentions of their superiors. When this news came out, the eunuchs couldn't help but discuss it in private, knowing that the crown prince was going to be replaced. Gao Lishur was eunuch Gao's adopted son, so how could he not hear these words? Now that the news had been delivered and his goal had been achieved, Gao Lishur said, "Today, the Prince of Luling will return to court." The palace will certainly be busy. Perhaps Godfather still has something to tell him. This servant will take his leave first. Li Longji nodded and watched Gao Lisher leave. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, his expression full of regret. To the side, Crown Prince Li Dan leapt up, his entire body trembling, tears streaming down his face. Seventh Lang has returned to the capital? Seventh Lang has returned to the capital. The Queen Mother intends to change the heir apparent. Heavens! Li Dan, can finally escape this cage and see the heavens again. Chapter 826. Outside the palace walls where Li Dan and his son were watching, Gu Zhuting, disguised as the Prince of Luling, braced herself and walked toward the Hall of Martial Accomplishment under the guidance of Su Yanba and the eunuchs. Along the way, the eunuchs and palace maids made way for him, either bowing or greeting him. Although they still lacked the proper respect for this prince, they clearly understood that if nothing unexpected happened, this former son of heaven, today's prince, would one day be the master of this palace. The new heaven and hall of brightness were about to be completed, and the scaffolding attached to the tall building was still there. The craftsmen were busy finishing the final construction and decorating. The son of heaven was already old. Perhaps by the time the new Wanxian Divine Palace was completed, the new master would already be this seemingly frail old man in his 50s. Who would dare to disrespect him? They arrived at the Hall of Martial Accomplishment. The first door was heavily guarded. The second door was heavily guarded. The third door. Gu Zhuting was somewhat flustered, but since Yang Fan had not followed her in and she could not receive any instructions, she could only brace herself and walk forward. Gu Zhuting had just stepped into the third door when an old eunuch suddenly appeared beside the door. With a beaming smile, he blocked her path and gestured for her to turn to the side. Gu Zhuting's eyes flashed and saw two pretty female officials gracefully standing in the corridor. They were smiling at her and nodding at her. Gu Zhuting subconsciously walked over. When she stood still, she saw that the two female officials were looking behind her. She couldn't help but turn around. She saw Li Xian, dressed in a green robe, flashing out from the other side of the door and standing next to the minister counselor Su Yanba. Su Yanba did not know that the prince he had been accompanying was a fake. Seeing this scene, he stood there with an astonished expression. He looked at the prince beside him, who looked 70 to 80% similar to the one from before. Of the two, one was dressed in the robes of a prince, the other in an azure robe. It seemed that the one who had walked away was the real one. However, the person in front of him was the steward eunuch of the palace, Eunuch Gao, and the person leading the Prince of Luling to the side was the emperor's most trusted female official, Shangwan Wanner and Fu Qingqing. Su Yanba, who was feeling a little dizzy, had no choice but to accompany the prince in green. The internal court guards, standing there like spears, did not look sideways and ignored everything that was happening in front of them. Shangwan Wanner watched as Su Yanba accompanied the green-robed Li Xian to the front of the hall. She loudly announced her arrival and led Li Xian inside. Only then did she turn to the splendidly dressed Li Xian next to her with a faint smile. She grasped her hand and softly said, "Miss Gu, right? My surname is Shangwan, and my given name is Wanner. Please follow me, miss." Shangwan Wanner. This young lady is the current Minister of Internal Affairs, Shangwan Wanner. Gu Zhuting was stunned by this name. Before she could understand, she had already involuntarily followed behind Shangwan Wanner. When they approached the city gate, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi deliberately slowed down to allow the Prince of Luling's Guard of Honor to enter the city. The two rested for a full 2 hours at the Sonli Pavilion outside the city before setting off to return to the city. Wu Sanxi did not return to his own residence. Instead, he followed Wu Chengxi's carriage all the way to the Prince of Wei's residence. The Prince of Luling had already returned to the capital, so it would be even more difficult to assassinate him. Moreover, to assassinate a prince in the capital, it would be fine if they failed, but if they succeeded, the political risk they would have to bear would be far too great. Wu Sanxi had no idea what to do, so he could only follow along and discuss the matter with his old rival, Wu Chengxi. When Wu Chengxi returned to the residence, he first drank a bowl of soup to soothe the lungs and stopped coughing. Seeing that Wu Sansi was still lonely and depressed, he said, "Don't be like this. Although Aunt has brought back her own son and has made it seem like she wants to pass the throne to him, based on my understanding of Aunt, she definitely does not wish for the Wuzhou Empire that she single-handedly created to change its surname to Li Tang. Aunt is the founding monarch of the empire. She was born to be the emperor of the 9-5, and even in death, she wants to enjoy the imperial ancestral temple. She hopes that she will be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple as the founding monarch of the empire, and not leave her name in the annals of history as the daughter-in-law of the Li clan. Therefore, Aunt will definitely make arrangements for the future. You and I should wait patiently. It won't be too late to make plans after we understand Aunt's intentions." Wu Sansi clenched his fists and lightly pounded the table, sighing, "This is the only thing we can do now." While the two of them were talking, someone else came in from outside. Wu Qingxi raised his head to take a look and saw the newcomer was tall and sturdy, with 5 locks of long beard, his appearance somewhat similar to the Marquis of Han Shouting in the Guandi Temple. He recognized him as one of Wu Sansi's family warriors, so he did not say anything. When Ji Zubing entered the main hall, he glanced around and saw that his master was leaning on the table with both fists, looking depressed. He hurriedly ran over and went around to Wu Sansi's side. He stroked his long beard and bent down, whispering a few words into Wu Sansi's ear. Wu Sansi had his eyes closed and was pretending to be in deep pain. After hearing a few words, his eyes suddenly opened. Ji Zubing whispered a few more words. "Wu Sansi, ah!" Wu Sansi screamed and heavily pounded the table with both hands. Then, with a loud shout, he flipped the table in front of him away. Wu Qingxi was startled and frowned unhappily. "Sansi, why are you acting out now?" Wu Sansi clenched his fists and trembled all over. He repeatedly said, "Wrong, wrong, I'm really wrong." Wu Qingxi was puzzled and widened his eyes. "What did you do wrong?" Wu Sansi looked up at the sky and wanted to cry, but had no tears. He shouted, "He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. Why didn't I believe him? Why didn't I believe him? What's done is done. How can I reverse it?" Wu Qingxi's mind was still muddled, and he asked in bewilderment, "Who's telling the truth? Who didn't you believe?" Wu Sansi suddenly jumped up and said with a pained heart, "Forget it. It's the will of the heavens. If it's the will of the heavens, there's nothing I can do." With that, he flicked his sleeves and strode out. When Ji Zubing saw that his lord had left, he hurriedly flung his long beard and chased after his lord in high spirits. In front of him, Wu Sansi's face was full of pain, but he did not cry. He did not look like a big-eared thief. Behind him, Ji Zubing's posture and mannerisms were exactly like Guan Yinshan. Wu Qingxi stared at Wu Sansi's back for a long time. He flicked his sleeves and scolded, "What a useless idiot!" Inside the Hall of History, Shanghai 1-Er's residence, Gu Zhuting sat cross-legged in front of an octagonal bronze mirror with cloud patterns. She used a wet handkerchief to gently wipe away the last wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Shanghai 1-Er and Fu Qingqing, who were standing opposite her, saw the whole process of removing her makeup and could not help but look at each other in amazement. Fu Qingqing could not help but praise. The world is so big, and the skills of an extraordinary person are unimaginable and unimaginable. Shanghai 1-Er nodded and said, "1-Er has really widened my horizons today. I did not think that there would be such a godly skill in the world." Gu Zhuting only smiled faintly at the two women's compliments. She then went to the copper basin and scooped up some clean water to wash her pretty and fair face. 1-Er handed over the silk handkerchief from the rack and smiled. "Miss Gu, please use it." "Thank you, Shanghai 1-Er." Gu Zhuting felt a little flattered by Shanghai 1-Er's attentiveness. Shanghai 1-Er smiled and did not correct her. Because the emperor's name was Zhao, pronounced the same as the imperial edict, her status as a waiting for an imperial edict had become a waiting system. Fu Qingqing waited for Gu Zhuting to wipe her face and took the silk handkerchief. She smiled and said, "The clothes have been prepared behind screen. Miss Gu, please follow me." Gu Zhuting followed Fu Qingqing to the back of the screen. When she came out again, She had already changed into a light yellow palace gown, making her look more delicate and charming than a flower. Fu Qingqing happily praised, "Miss Gu is really pretty. With such a beautiful and charming appearance, when you are disguised as a man in his 50s, you actually have no flaws." Shanghai Wanner was also smiling, but she couldn't help feeling a little jealous in her heart. That stinky man without a conscience. Even in the face of death, he didn't forget to bring a woman as beautiful as a flower and jade with him. Could it be that all the men with martial arts have died? In the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, mother and son had finished their conversation and were facing each other in silence. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, had actually thought of many things along the way. When he saw his mother, how surprised, how excited, and how much he missed her. All these thoughts were like acting, and he had already thought of the steps. But he had already come here once. At that time, he only cared about explaining to Wu Zetian why he had followed Huang Xuchong away from the main entourage and quietly entered the palace. At that time, he didn't have time to act, but this time, he was really acting. Acting together with Wu Zetian. He had already met his mother once. At this time, it would be too fake for him to put on an appearance of revealing his true feelings. But he didn't have any quick thinking, so his original plan couldn't be used. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say, but he also couldn't bear to give up this opportunity to get closer to his mother. Thus, he could only stand there frozen, anxiously trying to find something to say. Unfortunately, the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't think of anything. Seeing that her son wanted to buy something good, yet appeared timid, Wu Zetian was also greatly disappointed. Although in her heart, power, status, and the imperial inheritance were far more important than her son, he was still her own son whom she hadn't seen for 16 years. She was already too old and had begun to value kinship. When she first saw Li Xian, she was still a little excited, but unfortunately, Li Xian's clumsy performance extinguished the little enthusiasm in her heart. Wu Zetian sighed, her heart full of bitterness. But wasn't all this because of her tireless pursuit of power? The indifference between mother and son was caused by her own hands. What else could she say? Wu Zetian thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that her son had mentioned that he had brought back a little granddaughter this time. She seemed to be the youngest granddaughter of the branch in Luling, and she had never seen her before. She couldn't help but feel a little interested. Her son's appearance was repulsive. That little granddaughter who was ignorant of worldly affairs should be able to comfort her old heart. Wu Zetian opened her mouth and called, "Xian, mother." Li Xian, who was racking his brains for a topic, hastily bowed. Wu Zetian slowly said, "I remember, this time you returned to the capital with another daughter?" Li Xian was delighted. He thought, "That's right. How could I have forgotten about Guer? This child is clever and quick-witted. She's the best with words. If I had remembered her earlier, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Li Xian hastily replied, "Yes. Eris brought mother's youngest granddaughter, Guer, back to the capital. She's now waiting outside the hall for the decree." Wu Zetian raised her brows and asked doubtfully, "Guer, why did you give her such a strange maiden name?" Li Xian hesitated. "Guer was born on the way to Fangzhou. Because things happened in a hurry, I didn't have time to prepare swaddling clothes, so I used Heir's clothes to wrap up the newborn, so I gave her this name." Wu Zetian's expression changed. After a moment of silence, she said to eunuch Gao, who was waiting in front of the hall, "Go, bring my little granddaughter here. I want to see her." Chapter 8:27. Li Guer stood outside the hall, nervously tugging at her dress that she had modified from Taiping. Even though she grew up in the mountains, she was different from the common village girls. She had often heard the terms emperor, empress dowager, and Wangya. Therefore, she did not feel the panic that a common village girl would feel when she saw an important person. However, she was in awe. Ever since she was young, she knew that her family was supposed to be high and mighty members of the royal family. It was all thanks to her grandmother that they ended up in this state. Just like that, Wu Zetian's supreme authority entered her young heart. This time, when she entered the palace and saw the magnificent palace with her own eyes, she felt an inexplicable admiration for the mistress of this heavenly palace. She knew that she was about to meet the most powerful woman in the world, her grandmother. However, she did not feel a sense of familiarity that a village girl would have when meeting her grandmother. She did not think that her grandmother would be a benevolent old lady. She could not imagine what this empress would be like. So, she was especially nervous. His Majesty has spoken. Princess Guer is summoned to see him. Eunuch Gao came to the door and announced gently. Li Guer stood there in a daze. Someone beside her reminded her. She answered in a panic. "Ah, I'm here. I'm here." Li Guer lifted her dress and ran up the stairs. Eunuch Gao's eyes brightened. He looked in surprise at this beautiful young girl and smiled. "Princess, please follow me." Eunuch Gao saw that this young girl had a face that was pleasant to look at, and as he led her inside, he hurriedly introduced her to the etiquette required when meeting the emperor. Li Guer nodded her head repeatedly, remembering it in her heart. "Sage, Princess Guer is here." Eunuch Gao led Li Guer to the main hall and reported to Wu Zetian before stepping aside. Li Guer, who did not even dare to raise her head. She quickly took a step forward and knelt down on both knees. She kowtowed and said in a crisp voice, "Granddaughter Guer greets imperial grandmother." Wu Zetian was stunned. She was amused by this unique form of address. She showed a rare hint of kindness and said slowly, "Guer, get up." "Thank you, imperial grandmother." Li Guer kowtowed again and stood up obediently. She looked at her toes nervously. Wu Zetian saw that she was so restrained and the love in her heart increased. Her voice became even more kind. "Don't be afraid. I am your grandmother, not an outsider. Come here, let grandmother take a good look at you." Li Guer agreed and slowly walked to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian held her hand and looked her up and down. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She said, "Raise your head." Li Guer raised her head, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Wu Zetian timidly. Wu Zetian said to Li Xian with fondness, "This granddaughter of mine has grown up to be truly beautiful." Li Xian smiled obsequiously and said, "Silly girl, what is there to be beautiful about? You dote on your granddaughter. Of course, you can look at her however you like. Oomph. If you're beautiful, then you're beautiful. If you're not beautiful, then you're not beautiful. Although my eyes are blurry, I can still clearly see beauty and ugliness." Wu Zetian said to her son with a smile. She felt a sense of familial joy. She looked Li Guer up and down and suddenly asked, "Guer, your father was sent to Fangzhou by me for more than 10 years. Even you were born on the way to Fangzhou. As a child of the royal family, you have suffered so much. Do you hate your grandmother?" Li Xian was shocked. When he was with Consort Wei, he often complained about his mother. If his daughter was immature and said a few words, wouldn't it make his mother unhappy? But he could not remind her now. Not only could he could not even show a hint of nervousness on his face. Li Xian forced himself to be calm, but his thighs tensed up nervously under his robe. "Of course not," Li Guer answered without hesitation. "Although Guer grew up in the mountains, I know that there is no lack of parents in the world. Grandmother is father's birth mother. Father is Guer's birth father. If Guer does something wrong and father punishes me, should I hate father? My father treats you like my grandmother, and Guer treats you the same way. Without my grandmother, how would I have a father? Without my father, how would I have Guer? Besides, father did do something wrong. Although Guer was not born then, and I don't know what father did wrong. All these years, Guer often saw father repenting his mistakes." Guer's words were sincere and sincere. Especially when it was said by a young girl in the prime of her youth, it was especially convincing. Wu Zetian was already beaming with joy. When Guer saw Wu Zetian's smiling face, the fear in his heart was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Wu Zetian's appearance, with a head full of white hair and layers of wrinkles, she had a kind face and did not look like a fiend or a fiend. Guer became even bolder. Guer held Wu Zetian's arm affectionately and said in a sweet voice, "Sometimes when Guer asks, father will tell Guer that grandmother is not only his mother, but also the ruler of the world. The ruler of the world can not only care about the kinship between mother and son. So when he made a mistake, for the sake of the country and the country, Grandmother must punish what should be punished. This is the only way to set an example for the world. Wu Zetian was overjoyed and nodded her head repeatedly. Ligua continued. Now that grandmother has forgiven father, father can return to the capital and serve grandmother. Grandmother, you're getting on in years, but father isn't young either. Surely you can't spank him like when Guer did something wrong, right? If father does something wrong in the future, grandmother, please forgive him. Good. Guer, you are such a filial and good child. Wu Zetian patted Li Guer's arm and praised her repeatedly. She remembered how she was when she first entered the palace, and also remembered the peaceful times when she was a young girl. As people grow up, they think more, and their hearts become more complicated. A young girl like her was better. Beautiful and generous, lively and adorable, innocent and childish. Guer, you're my granddaughter, but you still don't have a title. Wu Zetian caressed Li Guer's little hand. She pondered for a moment and said joyfully, I've got it. I shall bestow you the title of Annel, Princess Annel. I wish my precious granddaughter a lifetime of peace and happiness. Li Xian was overjoyed. Since he had returned to the capital, his daughter would have a title sooner or later. However, his daughter had received a title under such circumstances. This meant that his daughter had won his mother's favor. This was greatly beneficial to him. Li Xian hastily said, Silly girl, kneel down and thank grandmother for her kindness. Li Guer had just met her grandmother for the first time, so she naturally paid her respects. However, Wu Zetian did not like it when the family was always so restrained. She preferred children like Taiping who were natural and unrestrained when they saw her. The most annoying ones were her sons. When they saw her, it was as if they had seen a man-eating tiger. Wu Zetian was about to stop her when Li Guer did not kneel down and kowtow as her father had requested. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wu Zetian on the cheek. Li Xian turned pale with fright. He was about to scold her for her rudeness when unexpectedly, Wu Zetian held her cheek and was stunned. Then, she laughed heartily. Ha ha. Xianer, you must let her enter the palace often to keep mother company. This granddaughter of mine, mother likes her very much. Outside the palace gates, Huang Xuchang grinned as he moved in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at his puffed-out chest and belly and couldn't help smiling. You got promoted? Huang Xuchang couldn't help but roar with laughter. His eyebrows danced as he said, Thanks to you, I am now a colonel. Ha ha. Old Huang's luck is good. We also went through fire and water, but I was the one who escorted Wang Yan to the palace in the end. I was also the one who personally saw the emperor. When the emperor was happy, he immediately promoted me. Su Liang snorted with a dark expression. Huang Xuchang and he had been partners for many years and were like brothers. He didn't care about his expression and purposely patted his shoulder. He said proudly, Little Sue, don't worry. We have been brothers for many years. This colonel will take care of you in the future. However, you should also be more respectful to this colonel. This is not right. However, this colonel is a magnanimous person and won't argue with you. A villain intoxicated by success. Su Yang was so angry that he couldn't do anything. He flicked his sleeve and moved to the side. Yang Fan said with a smile, Don't make him angry. Be careful that he doesn't get angry and fall out with you. Huang Xuchang lowered his voice and said in a small voice, No, how could I forget my old friend? Of course I haven't forgotten his contributions. I mentioned him several times in front of the emperor. I will definitely reward him when he returns. At this point, Huang Xuchang suddenly said excitedly, Right, Colonel Yang, did I act well on the hilltop in Yi County? Huang Xuchang slapped his thigh and said, You don't know how proud I was when I closed my eyes and pretended to be dead and rolled down the hill. That kind of despair, anger, and grief was too real. Why didn't I think I could act so well before? Su Yang had come over again at some point and heard everything. Hearing that he mentioned his contributions in front of the emperor, he was very happy. But seeing him show off, he couldn't help but attack him. Like my ass. It's just that you have a sincere and honest appearance and can easily deceive others. In the future, I won't believe you anymore. While the two were bickering, Fu Qingqing accompanied Gu Zhuting out of the palace. Standing in front of the palace gate, she said in a clear voice. Everyone has done a meritorious service in escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital. The saint will definitely reward you. But today the saint and his mother have met, and the family is in the midst of a family reunion. You can all go your separate ways. After Fu Qingqing finished speaking, she looked at Yang Fan and smiled. Yang Fan also smiled and returned her greeting. He then smiled and watched Gu Zhuting walk toward him. Yang Fan took the reins of the horse and said to Gu Zhuting with a smile, "My great hero, please get on the horse." Gu Zhuting was at a loss for what to do. She blushed and said, "How can I deserve such a courteous reception from Alang? It's too much for this servant." Yang Fan said, "Why not? If you don't get on the horse, I will always hold the horse and stand here." Fine, I'll go. Gu Zhuting could not bear it. She hastily stepped forward to hold the saddle. In her panic, her foot stepped on the stirrups, but she did not jump up. Seeing this, Yang Fan propped her waist from the back. This push was not serious, but Gu Zhuting felt as if the back of her waist was burned by a hot iron. She mounted the horse and almost slipped down again. Hastily, she grabbed the saddle. Her face and ears were already red with embarrassment. Yang Fan smiled and turned around to mount his own horse. After bidding farewell to Huang Xuchong, Su Liang, and the others, he walked side by side with Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting deliberately concealed her embarrassment. The warmth on her face faded a little. She smiled and said, "Commander Huang has been promoted. This time Alang has achieved great merit. The Emperor will certainly give you a big promotion, right?" Yang Fan smiled and shook his head. "We will see tomorrow," he said. "I am too lazy to guess. But your merit is not small. Too bad you are not a member of the imperial court and cannot be rewarded. If the Emperor does not reward me, I must not disappoint the meritorious subject." Gu Zhuting cast a sidelong glance at him and asked in surprise, "What does Alang want to reward me with?" Yang Fan winked at her and said, "Guess." Chapter 828. Yang Fan had a mysterious smile on his face. Gu Zhuting tilted her face and thought for a while. She said tentatively, "A set of new clothes?" Yang Fan burst into laughter and said, "Preposterous. You think I'm too petty." Gu Zhuting bit her lower lip with her white teeth. She thought for a moment and said, "Ah, I know. A set of jewelry?" Yang Fan still shook his head with a smile. Gu Zhuting thought for a while and said embarrassedly, "It can't be a set of 3 courtyards and 10 acres of fertile farmland in the countryside, right?" Yang Fan laughed and took out something from his arms. He handed it over and said, "You don't have to guess. Take it and see for yourself." Gu Zhuting thought for a while, and a very bold and exciting idea popped up in her mind. Take me as a concubine? But this idea was quickly thrown away. How could a man use such a condition as a reward? How narcissistic must he be to think that taking someone as a concubine was a kind of reward? With Gu Zhuting's status, if Yang Fan was willing to do this, she would indeed be a magpie on a high branch. She should go to the temple and burn a stick of incense. Yang Fan handed over a letter. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but feel curious. When she took out the letter and opened it, she couldn't help but be shocked. She was so excited that her face turned red and her hands couldn't help but tremble. This was a letter, just a letter. It was a letter written by Yang Fan to the master of the Chui family in Qinghe. In the letter, apart from those useless pleasantries, there was only one thing mentioned. He asked the Chui family to remove Gu Zhuting's parents and brothers from their status as untouchables and bring them into the household register. Although Gu Zhuting had excellent martial arts, it didn't help much in improving her status. She lived in this society and was bound by all kinds of restrictions. She was a slave. She was born as a slave. This couldn't be changed. What was a slave? Slaves could be bought and sold at will. They were bought and sold together with livestock. It was called horse trading. If a master raped the wife and daughter of his slaves, he was not guilty. If he beat the slave to death, as long as he reported it to the government, it would be fine, because no one treated slaves as people. They were the private property of the master. Slaves did not have any right to sue. Not only could they not complain to the authorities if they were treated unfairly, even if their master committed a crime, as long as it was not a major crime such as rebellion. If they dared to complain to their master, they would be immediately sentenced to death by hanging. The status of slaves was hereditary. They could have their own families, but the law did not recognize or protect them. Their masters could break up their families at will. Their children were slaves from birth, and they were also part of their master's property. Moreover, once a slave's identity was determined, it could not be changed. Whether you had money or others were willing to help you, it was impossible to redeem your slave identity. During the Qin dynasty, one could still use their military exploits to get rid of their citizenship. During the Tang dynasty, this rule was also useless. If one wanted to change their status as a private slave, it had to be completely decided by their master. The master and his eldest son had to jointly write a document and submit it to the government for approval. Only then could their status be changed. Although the Cui family was a scholarly family and a 1,000-year-old family, they would not mistreat slaves. The Gu family had many strong men and was an important armed force under the Cui family. Because of this, they were treated more leniently, but they lived a better life within the Cui family. The blood and lives of the Gu family could not be exchanged for a change in status. In this world, they were always lowly people. Gu Zhuting felt the sorrow of this status, so she vowed since she was a child that she would rather end her life alone than marry and have children. She did not want her children to repeat the miserable status of their ancestors. But today, Yang Fan actually proposed to help her family get rid of their citizenship. This piece of paper weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Gu Zhuting's hand holding the letter involuntarily began to tremble. Yang Fan said apologetically, "I heard you mention it before and know that the Gu family has a large population. So far, there are already 9 branches and hundreds of descendants who belong to different branches of the Cui family. If I want to get rid of all of them, I am afraid the Cui family will not give me face. For the sake of propriety, I only propose to get rid of your family citizenship. This is all I can do. I hope you will not be disappointed." Gu Zhuting's tears flowed like a spring. She turned over and jumped up from the horse. She knelt in front of Yang Fan's horse. She only said half a sentence. "Alang's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. And she choked with sobs and could not speak anymore. She knew that no one would ask other families to release their slaves, especially a family like the Cui family. Others did not dare to ask, and the Cui family did not need to give other people face. The Gu family was of great use to the Cui family. Ordinary slaves could not be compared to them. They could easily be given away to others, or they could be asked to become a good man. Previously, she looked forward to becoming the sect master's concubine. She also had the thought of changing her skills. As a lowly commoner, she was not even qualified to become a good man's concubine. The Cui family would not embarrass the sect master just for her. When the time came, they would definitely release her slave status. Unexpectedly, the sect master gave her a huge favor today. Since Yang Fan said this, he naturally had confidence. However, if the Cui family agreed, Yang Fan would owe them a big favor. It was not easy to owe favors in the official circles. With the Cui family's ability, they could solve most things by themselves. If they needed the help of someone who owed them a favor, it would not be a light matter. This gift was indeed heavier than a mountain to Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan hurriedly jumped down from the horse and helped her up. He said sincerely, "You have made a great contribution this time. I am already ashamed that I cannot get rid of the Gu family citizenship. You must not do this." Gu Zhuting's eyes were red. Her tears did not stop. At this moment, she would die 300 or 500 times for Yang Fan. Even if her body was smashed into pieces, she would not have a word of complaint. When Wu Zetian saw her granddaughter Li Guo'er, she finally broke the cold atmosphere of being alone with her son. After talking for a while, Wu Zetian was very fond of this clever, lively, and cute little granddaughter. When she was tired, the observant Li Xiankai came forward to urge his mother to rest. Wu Zetian used the excuse that the prince of Luling's residence had failed for a long time and was in ruins. She ordered people to send them to the Eastern Palace and temporarily settle them there. At the same time, they could reunite with his brotherly Dan. As for the hidden meaning, She believed that her son, who had lived in the Eastern Palace for many years, would understand even if he was stupid. It was better to let Danner take the initiative to abdicate the position of crown prince. The modesty of a brother and the respect of a brother was also a beautiful story. It was not good to let her make the decision. When Wu Zetian returned to the rear palace, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong saw her tired expression and hurriedly came forward. One massaged her shoulders, and the other massaged her legs, attentively attentive. The other beautiful youths in Fengshan prison could not help, so they served fermented rice or peeled fruits. It was a mess. Wu Zetian impatiently waved her hand and shooed those beautiful youths away. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong saw that Wu Zetian did not seem to be in a good mood. Although they had always been favored by her, they did not dare to be arrogant. They became even more careful with their hands and only served her attentively, not daring to say a word. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and rested on the chair. After resting quietly for a while, she slowly asked, "Was the night at the Dragon Gate safe and sound?" Zhang Changzong only dared to speak after hearing her question. He pursed his lips, which were lightly smeared with rouge, and said coquettishly, "The saint also said that in the future, you shouldn't ask us to do such tasks anymore. Last night, we almost lost our lives. We can't serve the saint anymore." Wu Zetian lightly said, "Aren't you all fine? Tell me what happened last night." Zhang Changzong immediately narrated what happened last night with embellishment. He exaggerated the enemy by many times, and his brothers were also many times braver. Their ghost face to repel the enemy was described by him as a righteous shout to stop the assassin, and then the two brothers used their swords together. Zhang Changzong talked nonstop for a long time before Wu Zetian sighed softly. She ordered Zhang Yiji, who had not spoken and was only quietly observing her, "Go and bring the two girls, Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. I have something to ask them." Zhang Yiji quickly nodded and left. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Yiji led a pair of beautiful young girls into the main hall. Wu Zetian waved her hand, and Zhang Yiji understood. He quickly pulled Zhang Changzong, who still couldn't see clearly, away. Wu Zetian still had her eyes closed. After a while, she said, "From the day you left the capital, tell me in detail what happened on the way." "Yes." Gowing narrated in full detail. When she talked about Gu Zhuting's disguise as Prince of Luling, Wu Zetian exclaimed, "Is there such a strange trick in the world? Can the fake be mistaken for the real one?" Lan Yiqing smiled and said, "Sage, it's possible to pass off the fake as the real one for a while, but it's impossible to pass off the fake as the real one completely. As long as someone gets close, they will know the real one with a little contact." When the princess went to the Dragon Gate, she saw through the fake one time, but it's easy to fool those assassins. Wu Zetian was slightly disappointed and said, "I see. It's just a camouflage like the old nun of Hanoi. It must have been tough on Yang Fan. How could he make use of such a strange and perverted trick?" "Go on." Gao Ying continued to narrate, and Wu Zetian listened very carefully. Because the process was too treacherous, full of twists and turns and climaxes, Wu Zetian, who was at an age where she loved to doze off, actually became more and more energetic as she listened. She did not feel tired at all. At this point, it can be seen that Yang Fan did not borrow the power of the Hall of Succession. If the Hall of Succession was involved in the process of welcoming the Crown Prince and fighting the large group of assassins sent by the Wu family, no matter how secretive their actions were, they could not hide from Wu Zetian's eyes. Once she knew that Yang Fan had a mysterious and powerful force, his death would come. On the contrary, Yang Fan only used one confidant, Gu Zhuting. The internal guards and the cavalry all knew that she was a slave bought by Yang Fan from Chang. In addition, she used the telescopic dagger on Yi County Hill. So Wu Zetian and the internal guards all believed that she was a Jianghu person who had learned the art of illusion and did not take it seriously. The more Wu Zetian listened, the more moved she became. When Gao Ying talked about them moving to the Dragon Gate, it was still fake. It was not until the next day, when they left for the palace, that Wu Zetian knew what happened next and waved her hand to stop. Wu Zetian carefully thought about what Gao Ying said and praised, brave and resourceful, unparalleled. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing quickly bowed, and Wu Zetian happily said, "My old eyes are not blurry. If I did not choose this person, how could Sienna return to the capital safely?" Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing quickly said, "Sage is wise." Wu Zetian happily said, "You can leave and pass on an oral order. After tomorrow's morning court, let Yang Fan see the emperor at Wuqing Hall." Chapter 829. Dad. Yang Nianzu jumped around in the flower bushes in open crotch pants, laughing and fooling around. With his appearance, he couldn't even catch a butterfly. Fortunately, Tao Mei and third sister helped him. The two girls caught a butterfly and threw it on the petals for him to catch. Young Master Yang, who had caught the butterfly, felt very good about himself and had a strong desire to show off. When he got the butterfly, he immediately turned around to report to his father. He shouted loudly and clearly, and after Bucci repeatedly corrected him, he finally knew how to call his father Daddy. "Well, Nianzu, good job, you're amazing." Yang Fan lay on the rocking chair and gave his son a thumbs up. When he was outside, he was full of energy, but when he returned home, he was like someone had pulled out all of his bones. He liked to lie down lazily. His sweet little cotton-padded jacket was dressing up her father with great interest. Yang Fan's lips had been painted red by her, and there were 2 purplish red marks on his cheeks. Serene had crushed red petals and applied the juice on his face. There were also 4 or 5 different kinds of flowers on his head. Some were as big as bowls, and some were as small as wine cups. They were all randomly inserted by his precious daughter. At this time, Yang Fan was dressed up like a matchmaker. Serene didn't stop there. She picked some flowers and continued to dress up his father, trying to make him look beautiful. Beside the curved pond, beside the rockery, and under the long corridor, Xiaoman and Anu, one in dark red and the other in green, were leaning against the railing, sprinkling fish food into the pond from time to time, causing the koi to jump up and down, splashing water, while looking at the father and son in the flowers. Bucci said, "Lang Jun will definitely be promoted after doing such a big thing, right? It's time for him to go to the palace. Look at him, he doesn't care at all." Anu said, "What's so special about it? For what I see, Lang Jun really doesn't care about the official position given by the imperial court. Now that he's restricted by this official position, there are some things he can't do and some things he can't do. Otherwise, wouldn't he be happier than he is now?" As Anu spoke, she unconsciously thought of young Master Jiang. Today, Lang Jun had replaced young Master Jiang's former position. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now an official and needed to be careful in everything, wouldn't his extravagance be better than that of a noble? Furthermore, he didn't need to serve a king like a tiger. How free and unfettered was that? Xiaoman shook her head and said, "Lang Jun has always had great ambitions. You can't lose your position now. By the way," Xiaoman threw away the last handful of fish food, clapped her hands, and asked Anu, "Did you notice anything wrong with Miss Gu?" Anu asked curiously, "What's wrong with Master Gu?" Xiaoman said, "Ever since she went out with Lang Jun this time, I noticed that the way she looked at Lang Jun wasn't right. She looked like she wanted to swallow Lang Jun whole." Anu blushed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You make Master Gu sound like a resentful wife. That's not the case. Don't let your imagination run wild. In fact, this is what happened. This time, Master Gu made a great contribution, and Lang Jun had no way to repay her. So he agreed to propose to the Chui family on her behalf to free her family from slavery. Master Gu was so grateful that she shed tears. That's why she was acting strangely." "Is that so?" Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said, "I'm afraid that this gratitude won't be repaid clearly, and will finally be repaid in bed." Anu giggled and teased, "Are you talking about yourself?" Hearing this, Xiaoman also blushed and hurriedly explained, "No, I'm your childhood sweetheart, 2 childhood friends." Anu still wanted to tease a few more words, but suddenly saw a figure flash at the end of the long corridor. She hurriedly said, all right, stop fooling around. Master Gu is coming." The 2 little women hurriedly stopped fooling around and put on a serious look. Gu Zhuting walked to their side and curiously looked at their strange, pretending to be serious. She said, Danyang, Ernyang, it's almost time. Shouldn't we call Ah Lang to change his clothes and prepare to enter the palace to see the emperor? After tidying up, Yang Fan entered the palace and arrived outside Wucheng Hall. Before he entered the door, he saw Wu Sansi coming out from inside. Yang Fan hurriedly moved to the side and bowed in greeting, saying, Yang Fan greets Prince Liang. When Wu Sansi saw him, he couldn't help but recall how Li Xian had chased after him at the Dragon Gate to defend himself, insisting that the Prince of Luling at the Dragon Gate was indeed in disguise. It just so happened that he had thought himself clever at the time, and the result was that Li Xian had easily entered the palace. He had already forgiven Yang Fan. Just now, when he entered the palace, his aunt had warned him in front of his face, saying that it was her idea to send Yang Fan to fetch the Prince of Luling. Moreover, she had tied Yang Fan's life and death to the Prince of Luling's. Under the Emperor's orders, unless Yang Fan was determined to die, it would be impossible for him to inform him. However, no matter what, Yang Fan had, in the end, wronged him. Later on, even though he had told him the truth, Wu Sansi did not believe him. This loss of face was too great, and he really could not put down his pride and calmly talk to Yang Fan. As a result, he could only snort heavily and leave with a flick of his sleeve. He was a prince of the Wu clan. Regardless of whether he had done wrong or misunderstood Yang Fan, it was impossible for him to lower his head to Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at Wu Sansi's departing figure with a bitter smile, then walked into the Martial Achievement Hall. He naturally did not have extravagant hopes of repairing his relationship with Wu Sansi right now. However, with what he had done at the Dragon Gate, his relationship with Wu Sansi would at least not worsen. As for how to repair it, he would have to take his time. As long as the Wu clan did not fall, there would still be value in hugging this thigh. When Yang Fan arrived at the Martial Achievement Hall, he swept his gaze around and saw Wan'er standing at Wu Zetian's side. He couldn't help but feel relieved. No matter what, he wouldn't have to put on a killing display like last time. This subject, Yang Fan, pays his respects to your majesty. Wu Zetian replied indifferently, then asked, Did you run into King Liang? Yes. This subject just met with King Liang outside the hall. Wu Zetian smiled and said, I summoned King Liang just now and explained to him how I sent you to bring him back to Luling. I told him not to blame you, and that he would invite you to the King Liang clan's banquet on another day. When the time comes, you can offer him a cup of water and wine as an apology. That way, he won't be too upset. Don't worry, I will uphold justice for you. Yang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, your majesty. Wu Zetian said, However, speaking of which, this matter really needs to be clarified. Yang Fan, this subject is here. King Liang has shown you great kindness, and you should naturally repay him. However, you're also my subject, so you should be loyal to me. If there is a conflict between the orders of the two, whose orders should you listen to? Yang Fan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately replied, Those who lead the land are the subjects of the king. This subject should be loyal to the emperor. Wu Zetian's eyes narrowed. She continued to ask, What if the emperor is no longer me in the future? Yang Fan was startled. He vaguely sensed that it might be inappropriate to answer that he was the new emperor. However, if he said that he wasn't loyal to the new emperor, then it would overturn the theory that subjects should be loyal to their ruler. There seemed to be a hole that couldn't be filled in here, and he couldn't answer it. As such, he hurriedly put on a frightened expression and said, Your Majesty is healthy and has a boundless lifespan. Why do you say such a thing? Wu Zetian didn't pursue the matter any further. She only chuckled and said, You shouldn't have to answer this question in the first place, so I won't make things difficult for you. However, you must remember, Wu Zetian's expression became solemn. She said word by word, As long as I am alive, you will only be loyal to me. If you can do it, you will enjoy riches and glory. If you can't, you will die. Yang Fan hurriedly replied, Your Majesty's teachings will be engraved in my heart. Wu Zetian suddenly said, thoughtfully, I heard from the cavalry and the internal guards that you all experienced hardships and dangers along the way back from Fangzhou, And there was even a traitor? Yang Fan knew that she must have understood what happened from the cavalry and the internal guards, so he didn't explain further. He only said, "Yes." Wu Zetian sighed and said, "I have tied your life and death to the life and death of Luling. I didn't expect that under such circumstances there would still be people who dare to betray me. Money, silk, and fame have blinded your mind. What loyalty and righteousness is there to speak of? What respect is there in your heart?" She let out a long sigh and suddenly asked, "If I now authorize you to start anew and recruit a troop of 1,000 people, can you ensure that all of them are loyal and there are no traitors?" Yang Fan was slightly surprised. Seeing that Wu Zetian was staring at him, he didn't have time to think and immediately answered, "I can't." This answer was out of Wu Zetian's expectation. Wu Zetian frowned and said, "I can't." Wanner also glanced at him with concern, afraid that his answer would offend the emperor. Yang Fan said with certainty, "Yes, I can't. I believe that no one in the world can do it." Wu Zetian was very unhappy and said lightly, "Tell me the reason." Yang Fan said, "If it is 3 people, I can. 5 people, I can also. 20 people, I can barely do it. 100 people, that is impossible. As the saying goes, people come in all shapes and sizes. Everyone has their own thoughts, their own pursuits, their own wishes, and their interests and personalities are all different. To have everyone work together in the face of any temptation and not be moved is an impossible thing, not to mention 1,000 people." Wu Zetian's expression became uglier and uglier. Since Yang Fan had already spoken, she couldn't care less and continued to say, "When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When a person is too observant, there will be no disciples. Your Majesty is a great strategist and the founder of the country. I believe that you understand the truth of these words 100 times better than I do. If your Majesty orders me to form a new army of 1,000 people, I cannot guarantee that every single one of them will be absolutely loyal, and there is no need to guarantee that every single one of them will be absolutely loyal. It is enough as long as the majority of them are loyal. Just like this time, when we protected the Prince of Luling back to the capital, there was a traitor among them, but he couldn't do anything to the Prince of Luling. In the end, he was used by us." Wu Zetian was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. Looking back at Wanner, she said self-deprecatingly, "I actually understood this truth a long time ago. But when I get old, my heart becomes naive and I actually want to do something that I can't do." She shook her head and said to Yang Fan, "I am very happy that you can be frank with me and not beat around the bush. I had originally planned for you to start from scratch and train a new army. Now that I think about it, it really was an unnecessary move. Soldiers are recruited from the people. Can't those who have the heart recruit 1 or 2? On the other hand, the new army needs to be trained from the beginning, and it is hard to guarantee their battle power. How about this? I will give you 100 cavalry. You can use 100 cavalry as the base, and then recruit and expand. You can change 100 cavalry to 1,000 cavalry and be my 1,000 cavalry general." Chapter 830. As soon as Wu Zetian said this, Yang Fan and Shangwan Wanner were both shocked. There were only 1,000 people under his command. Was such a military officer important? There were only a dozen people under the Prime Minister's command in the Political Affairs Hall, which was much less than the number of assistant officials and petty officials under the command of a third-class county magistrate. Was his official position small? Chao Rensher fought against Khitan and led 160,000 troops, but his military position was far less than that of Wu Yuyi, who only led 6,000 troops and was honored as the general of the Yulin Guard. Sometimes, the level of official position did not depend on how many troops you led, but what position you were in. What was the 100 Cavalry? The 100 Cavalry was a relatively independent branch of the Yulin Guard. It was nominally under the management of the Yulin Guard, but in fact, it was directly dispatched by the emperor. What was the Yulin Guard? The Yulin Guard was the head of the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen, and the entire Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen were actually the emperor's private troops. As the head of the guards of the Northern Yamen, the Yulin Guard had a fixed number of 6,000 soldiers, which had been stationed in the north of the capital near the palace. It was the most powerful armed force to protect the emperor and the royal family. Among them, the most important gate of the Xuanwu Gate was guarded by the 100 cavalry, which was also the direct descendant of the direct descendant that Li Guo pretended to say wittily. Now that Wu Zetian had handed over the 100 cavalry to Yang Fan, expanding it to 1,000 men, the armed forces that Yang Fan grasped were not merely a matter of 1/6 of the Featherwood Guard in the simple sense of the word. Just like Wu Yuyi, who held 6,000 Featherwood Guards in his hands, but held a higher position and authority than a frontier general who commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. Due to the special nature of this army and the critical location of its garrison, the general of this troop could even stand up to the Featherwood Guard's great general Wu Yuyi as an equal. Since the emperor had set up such a force in the Yulin Guard, it was obviously impossible for him to follow Wu Yuyi's orders. So even though his official position could not be higher than Wu Yuyi's, his power was not inferior. This armed force was directly under the command of the emperor, and the grand general of the Featherwood Guard, Wu Yuyi, had no authority to deploy it. Not only could Wu Yuyi not dispatch it, but it was also impossible for others to be responsible for the appointment of officers in this army. The South Yamen Imperial Army couldn't manage it. The North Yamen Imperial Army couldn't manage it. The Political Affairs Hall couldn't manage it. And the Ministry of War couldn't manage it. It was impossible for Wu Zetian to personally intervene in the arrangement of the generals. Therefore, this solid Imperial Guard was equivalent to Yang Fan's. In fact, the 100 cavalry was originally the emperor's personal guards. It was just that they were too few in number and had little use. But once they expanded to the 1,000 cavalry, what would happen then? When Hitler first became chancellor, the number of private guards was 120. What happened after that? Once Yang Fan's 1,000 cavalry was successfully formed, it would become the armored division of the Führer's Guard flag. Shanghai One immediately reacted after being startled. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Fan with surprise and joy. The first thought that came to her mind was, if this enemy becomes the 1,000 cavalry general, then people won't see him like they're treating Chinese Valentine's Day, right? Yang Fan also quickly reacted. He was wondering if he should be modest. It seemed that when the emperor added a title, he should be modest and then thank the emperor and accept the decree. This was the tradition. Unexpectedly, before he could make a hypocritical and humble speech, Eunuch Gao hurriedly ran in and said while panting, Saint, Elder D's residence has sent a message. I'm afraid the elder is not going to make it. What? Wu Zetian was shocked. Seeing that Yang Fan was still standing in front of her, she immediately ordered, Quick, you go to the D residence immediately and visit the elder on my behalf. Go. If such an important official was about to pass away, the emperor must know his last words. The situation was urgent, and Wu Zetian felt that Yang Fan was trustworthy, so she grabbed him. Yang Fan didn't have time to think. He quickly accepted the decree and turned to leave. Wu Zetian repeatedly said to Eunuch Gao, Send everyone from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Elder D's life must be preserved. Wu Zetian really valued Di Renjia, especially now that she was arranging for a successor. Di Renjia was her chosen successor, Li Xian's best assistant. If he passed away now, it would definitely disrupt many of the arrangements that Wu Zetian had already planned. Eunuch Gao received Wu Zetian's orders and hurriedly turned to leave. Wu Zetian slowly walked around the hall, wringing her hands. Seeing this, Shanghai One hurriedly advised, The Imperial Academy of Medicine has already been sent out. Let them do their best. Life and death are decreed by fate. Saints must not worry too much to avoid harming their bodies. Wu Zetian sighed heavily. She returned to the imperial desk and sat down lightly. Her expression was sorrowful as she said, The elder's body hasn't been well since the new year. This time, I'm afraid he really won't be able to hold on. When pressed her lips together and didn't speak. She only walked behind Wu Zetian and gently massaged her shoulders. Wu Zetian leaned back against the cushion and stared in a daze at the colorful patterns on the ceiling of the hall. A moment later, she sighed softly and said, Wan do you know why I put Yang Fan in such an important position? Shanghai Wan Er's heart jumped. She hurriedly shook her head and said, Your Majesty's wisdom is as vast as the sea. It is difficult for one to guess. Wu Zetian smiled faintly and ignored the compliment. She sighed and said, Wan'er, an emperor will never use someone from his own family to command troops. This has been the case since ancient times. Why? It's very simple. Because a member of the royal family has the right to be an emperor. So the emperor should be most wary of his own people. Only I am an exception, because I am tied to 2 dynasties. The civil and military officials are also tied to 2 dynasties. Their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Without any other choice, I can only use someone from the Wu family to command the troops. Wu Zetian could be wary of anyone, but not Wan'er. This was because Wan'er's everything depended on her. No matter how much power Wan'er had, it was like a tree without roots, a duckweed floating on water. Only by relying on Wu Zetian would she have power. Thus, Wu Zetian never doubted Wan'er's loyalty. If she had anything on her mind, she could confide in Wan'er. I'm already old and must consider the matters after my death. But looking at the hearts of the people, they are still with the Leaf family. Looking at the children of the Wu family, there is no one who can be molded. I don't want chaos after my death, so I can only consider choosing one of my sons to inherit the throne. The enmity between Dan, and the Wu family cannot be resolved. Sienna is my only choice. But there is another problem with passing the throne. I am worried that once he ascends the throne, he will immediately restore the old system of Litang. Then the Zhou dynasty that I created will become a bubble. So, in the beginning, I had no choice but to use the Wu family to command the troops. Looking at it now, it is a good move. With the Wu family in charge of the troops and the Li family in charge of politics, my dynasty can only last for a long time. Wu Zetian let out a long sigh and said, But there is another problem. If Xian becomes the emperor, the Wu family will not be satisfied. Most of the prefectural armies and border armies are loyal to the Li family, but they are too far away. The Forbidden Army is close at hand, but most of them are under the control of the Wu family. I am worried that they will take risks out of desperation. So, I need a new power to balance them. Let out a soft, and said with surprise, So, the saint chose him? Wu Zetian said, That's right. 1,000 riders is just the beginning. Wait until he expands from 100 to 1,000. After he has everything under control, I will let him expand from 1,000 to 10,000. I want to create the most elite force of the Forbidden Army. With these 10,000 riders, he will be qualified to be the key to balance the Wu family and the Li family. Wan'er thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Yang Fan has a good relationship with the Wu family. Aren't you afraid that he will turn to the Wu family? Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, Originally, maybe, but after escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital, do you think the Wu family will be at ease to see him as one of their own? Wu Zetian sighed softly and said, They don't have the breadth of mind, and they don't have the means. Otherwise, why would I give the country to a son with the surname Li? Wan'er frowned and said, Then, now that Yang Fan has the merit of helping the dragon, aren't you worried that he will completely turn to the Li family? Wu Zetian said, That's why I have to think twice and not make trouble for him. I also have to invite Yang Fan to his family banquet to mediate the relationship between them. Let out a soft, and finally understood Wu Zetian's plan. Wu Zetian said, If the person I need is from the Wu family, then there will be no point in cultivating him. If he is from the Li family, then he will inevitably turn to the Li family in the future. I want Yang Fan to be like this. He's related to both sides, but he's ambiguous. Both sides need him, but they don't dare to trust him completely, and even entrust him with the important matter of life and death. Wu Zetian said, Why do you think I chose him to go to Luling to bring Xian back? It's not without reason. Yang Fan is a smart person. This time, his performance in bringing Luling back to the capital was especially impressive. Smart people do things more complicated than ordinary people think. He won't make simple choices, and he won't easily believe that either side will still put him in an important position and trust him after holding all the power. That's why he has to strictly maintain neutrality and maintain this situation, not letting any side cross the line. The longer this situation is maintained, the more stable his power and position will be. Shanghai 1, Er's thoughts were very complicated. She said softly, "The saint is wise and far-sighted, thinking far ahead. It's admirable." Wu Zetian said sadly, "It's a pity that man proposes but God disposes." Yang Fan is only one link in this balance. Most of the Forbidden Army is in the hands of the Wu family. It's impossible to maintain this balance by relying on Yang Fan alone. The D Kingdom's elder is highly respected and is the pillar of the country. His heart is with Luling. With him, my plan is foolproof. It's a pity. Wu Zetian sighed faintly again and didn't say anything else. Yang Fan left the palace and galloped to the south of the city. He didn't even have time to say a word to Renwei and the other bodyguards. Renwei and the others didn't know what happened and hurriedly urged their horses to follow. Yang Fan hadn't been to the D residence in the south of the city for a few years, but there were no changes in the square. Every blade of grass, tree, brick, and tile was the same. Yang Fan didn't have time to look and didn't care about the rule that horses shouldn't be ridden in front of the elder's residence. He rushed to the gate of the D residence, dismounted, and walked in. At this time, the gate of the D residence was wide open with people coming in and out. A servant saw that Yang Fan was dressed in martial attire and had an extraordinary bearing, so he hurried forward to inquire. Yang Fan didn't have time to explain his identity and only said, "I'm here to visit the elder on His Majesty's orders. Quickly take me to see Master D without delay." Chapter 831. The third son of the D family stood in front of D Renja's sickbed, crying silently. The eldest son of the D family, Guangxi, was now the Minister of Revenue. The second son, Guangyin, was also transferred out of the army when D Renja was demoted. After D Renja was reinstated as the Prime Minister, he was transferred to a civil position and was now the Minister of State. The third son, Guangzhou, was also given the position of Minister Counselor by the Emperor after being shelved for many years. This was naturally a kind of compensation to D Renja, who had been an official for 4 dynasties. D Renja was already old, and his position was extremely high. Money and women could not move him, and his position could not be promoted. He could only bestow the emperor's favor on his children and grandchildren. The 3 brothers saw that their father had fallen into a state of confusion. One by one, the famous doctors from the capital rushed in and left with a sigh. They could not help but be heartbroken. At this time, a steward quietly walked in and whispered a few words in the ear of the eldest son, Di Guangxi. Di Guangyuan listened and quietly instructed a few words to Di Guangyuan. Di Guangyuan nodded, wiped his tears, and quietly left. This angel was an old friend of the second master. The eldest son, Di Guangxi, naturally wanted him to greet him. "Erlang, why are you here?" Di Guangyuan's voice was a little hoarse, and he looked unusually haggard. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "The emperor is reporting to the emperor. He was shocked to hear that His Majesty is critically ill and sent me to visit." "How's His Majesty?" Di Guanyin silently shook his head and could not help but cry again. He quickly forced himself to hold back and said to Yang Fan, "Erlang, please follow me." Yang Fan slowly followed Di Guangyuan into the inner room. As soon as he entered the room, there was a strong smell of medicine. Di Guangyuan leaned close to Di Renja's ear and said, "Father, the emperor sent someone to visit." Di Renja's body moved and slowly opened his eyes. When he clearly saw that the person standing in front of him was Yang Fan, he could not help but be shocked again. The expression in his eyes was a little strange. The eldest son of the Di family, Di Guangxi, saw that he was struggling to get up and quickly went to help him. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Don't get up, His Majesty. This junior is here to visit His Majesty. Please take care of yourself. If His Majesty is well, the country and the world are very fortunate." Di Renja stared at Yang Fan, and his lips moved a few times. Yang Fan hurriedly leaned down and pressed his ear against his mouth. Di Renja quickly said with difficulty, This time, you did very well. Wu descendants are not good people. Wu descendants, you, for the world's plan. Yang Fan held Di Renjia's hand tightly and said in a low and powerful voice, "Don't worry, Elder Di. You have given me the courtesy name Yuan Fong and the three friends of winter. I will always remember your earnest teachings and earnest expectations." Di Renjia's eyes lit up, but he still held onto Yang Fan's hand tightly. Yang Fan hesitated and whispered in his ear. At this time, only Di Renjia's three sons were in front of the bed. They looked at him in surprise, not knowing what Yang Fan had said. As Yang Fan spoke in a low voice, the lines on their old father's face became more and more relaxed, gradually lifting up, as if there was a kind of uncontrollable joy. Di Renjia listened and finally laughed. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun. His voice suddenly became much louder and clearer. "This time, I am afraid I cannot hold on any longer. You should reply to His Majesty. I know His Majesty's worries and concerns. I recommended Zhang Jianji, and His Majesty has not used him yet. He is a talented prime minister. Also, Minister the Right Way Shi is a strict and upright official. He is honest and prudent and is also a candidate for prime minister. Other than that, Jing Hui, Huan Yin Fan." Di Renjia said more than 10 names in a row. It seemed that he had already thought about his funeral. He said all the things he wanted to say in one breath. Then, he gently patted the back of Yang Fan's hand and said with a happy expression, "The plan of the country has been entrusted to you all." Yang Fan remembered Di Renjia's words and nodded solemnly. At this moment, the steward of the mansion came to report that the emperor had sent an imperial physician to treat the elders of the kingdom. Di Guangxi hurriedly went out to greet them personally. Di Renjia nodded to Yang Fan. Yang Fan let go of his hand and solemnly bowed to Di Renjia. Accompanied by Di Guangyuan, he quietly left. Outside, a group of imperial physicians were led by Di Guangxi. They hurriedly brushed past Yang Fan and entered the inner chamber. Yang Fan did not go far and stayed in the courtyard. Di Guangyuan was worried about his old father and had no time to accompany him. He apologized to him and hurried back to his room. After an unknown amount of time, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from the room. Immediately after, the group of servant girls and servants outside the door all cried and fell to the ground. The ground was covered in red like rain. A few petals on a peach tree in front of the courtyard were gently blown away by the light wind. The swallows under the eaves were still looking at the sky and murmuring. Yang Fan, who was standing in the courtyard, did not know why, but he was blinded by the wind. Di Renjia passed away. Wu Zetian personally presided over his funeral. She stopped the court for 3 days and had all the civil and military officials pay their respects. This was the highest form of courtesy an official could receive. Wu Zetian also bestowed Di Renjia with the title of Wenchang Right Premier and the posthumous title of Wenhui. At this time, there was no unified ranking of posthumous titles, such as Wenzheng and Wenjin. Most of the posthumous titles were chosen according to the individual characteristics of the officials. However, in the unwritten rules, Wenhui was the highest posthumous title at that time. Another 5 days later, Zhang Jianji, who had been recommended by Di Renjia, was transferred back to the capital from Jingzhou to serve as the major of Luozhou. It was too shocking for a provincial governor to directly pay his respects to the prime minister. He was transferred back to the capital first and was half a step closer to the center of power. It would be better for him to observe and then plan his development. At the same time, Wenchang Right Minister Wei Angshi was worshipped as the assistant minister of Wantai and was only 1 step away from becoming the prime minister. These days, the prince of Luling, Li Xian, and his family lived in the Eastern Palace. They were finally reunited with their brother Li Dan's family after 16 years of separation. Other than that, there was nothing else to do. Until today, when Consort Wei and Li Xian's children were brought back from Fangzhou, the Eastern Palace became lively again. Li Gur was greatly favored by the emperor and often went to accompany him. She had a clever temperament and was very good with words. She was very popular with Wu Zetian. In the short time she had been in the palace, Li Gur had gradually adapted to her new identity. Her ability to read people's expressions and flatter them had also gradually improved. She had just returned from accompanying her parents and was about to find her sister to talk to when she suddenly saw her cousin Li Longji dressed in a short robe with a robe draped over his arm. His forehead was beaded with sweat as he walked over from the front courtyard. She smiled and greeted him, San Lang. Li Longji was angry that his uncle had returned and usurped his father's position. It was not good for his uncle's family. With a cold snort, he turned around and walked away. Li Guo'er's smiling face immediately froze. Although she was clever, she couldn't guess what her little cousin was thinking. Li Dan, who had just come out from the corner of the hall, saw this scene and hurriedly retreated. It was only when Li Longji had gone around the corner that Li Dan dashed forward and blocked his way. When Li Longji saw his father, he hurriedly stopped and saluted. Li Dan's face darkened. "Why are you being rude to cousin?" Li Longji lowered his head and didn't say anything. Li Dan sighed and gently rubbed his head. She slowly walked over to a large vat of water lilies by the wall. She fiddled with the beautiful petals and said to Li Longji, "Don't hate your uncle. Your uncle's return has brought kindness to our family, not enmity." Li Longji looked at his father in surprise. Li Dan smiled and said to him, "In the end, you're still young and don't understand many things. Your father is your grandmother's son and the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Do you still not understand why your grandmother went to Fangzhou to bring your uncle back? Have you forgotten who killed your mother? The enmity between our family and the Wu family is already irreconcilable. Once I become the emperor, will I let the Wu family off? Your grandmother doesn't dare to let me be the crown prince. If it wasn't for your uncle, then the throne could only be given to the Wu family. At that time, would our family still have a way to survive? That's why I said that it wasn't your uncle who stole your father's throne. On the contrary, it was him who saved our family's lives. Your uncle returned to the capital with the excuse of recuperating, so it's not good for your father to resign from the crown prince position for the time being. After a while, will our family still be able to live in the Eastern Palace? At that time, we can leave the palace. You, a royal prince, will gradually grow up and have the chance to obtain a piece of land. You'll have the chance to travel the world and not be trapped in this small world. What's so bad about that? As for the throne, the throne is just a forgetful bastard. Your father has long been sick of it." Li Longji was stunned by his father's words. He stared blankly at his father's departing figure and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Guo didn't take her younger cousin's impoliteness to heart. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a brat. She was hurrying to the rear hall to see her brothers and sisters. No matter what, she was still a young girl after all. Naturally, she felt a heartfelt joy when she saw her brothers and sisters whom she hadn't seen for a long time. When her mother arrived at the palace, she was accompanied by her father to see the emperor's grandmother. Her father, who had always been afraid of meeting the emperor's grandmother alone, dragged her along with him. She hadn't had the chance to reunite with her brothers and sisters. She had just returned to the courtyard where the family lived when she saw her sister, Li Xianhui, walking out of the palace room that was assigned to her. Guo immediately went up to her and called out, "Sister." Li Xianhui said excitedly, "Guo, the inside of this palace is truly magnificent. It's comparable to the Immortal Palace. Do you see that giant pillar in front of the Duan Gate? It's truly spectacular. It's such a tall and huge iron pillar. It's simply unimaginable." Li Xianhui was 18 years old. Even though her beauty was slightly inferior to her younger sisters, she was still a beauty as beautiful as a fairy. When she was smiling and talking, there were 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. She was especially adorable. Among Li Xian's children, the oldest was only 4 or 5 years old when they left Luoyang. They had long forgotten about their childhood. They had been trapped deep in the mountains for so many years. Now that they had returned to the capital, their knowledge was not much better than that of a village girl or a shepherd boy. They had never heard of such a magnificent palace building. This would be their home in the future. How could they not be overjoyed? Li Guo had completely forgotten her country girl appearance when she first arrived at Luoyang. She curled her lips in disdain and said, "Sister, you're making a fuss out of nothing. This is nothing. The Eastern Palace is still considered bad. If you see the lovely spring terrace where the emperor's grandmother lives, you'll know what a paradise in heaven is. Among Li Xian's 7 daughters, 3 of them were born by concubine Wei. Li Xianhui and Li Guo were 2 of them. Because they came from the same mother, their relationship was especially deep. Li Guo did not mind Li Xianhui's teasing. She only smiled and pointed at Li Guo's forehead. She said angrily, "Look at you. You've only arrived a few days earlier than sister, yet you're acting like you're used to it." Li Guo giggled. She suddenly remembered all the dangers she had encountered along the way. Before she had the chance to show off to her brothers and sisters, she deliberately asked, "Sister, you've received the imperial edict. On the way here from Fangzhou, you didn't encounter any dangers, did you?" Li Xianhui said, "Of course not." Anyang had already made it clear that as long as father arrived safely in the capital, no one would be so bored as to find trouble with us. That's why the journey has been very peaceful. Ah, that's right. Do you still remember that very fierce Commander Jia? Li Guo had just arrived in the colorful world of the capital. For a moment, she was in a daze, as if she had entered a paradise. Many things were neglected by her. At this time, sister suddenly mentioned Jia Xing. Li Guo seemed to suddenly remember something. Her pretty face changed with a schwa sound. She asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Commander Jia, what happened to him?" Chapter 832. Li Xianhui was in high spirits and did not notice the change in her little sister's expression. She only said that Brigade Commander Jia was killed by someone sent by the Wu family. They said it was because the emperor only ordered him to look after us, but he gave a fake imperial edict. He was disrespectful to our family in Luling, so he was executed. Humph! Wasn't it because he did not do his job well and let father escape? Li Guo muttered to herself, "Dead? Killed by the Wu family?" Li Xianhui saw her expression and said, "Little sister, don't be sad. Although Jia Xing treats you quite well, how cruel is he to our family? He would come and threaten us every now and then. Last winter, he even used the excuse of not having enough firewood and needed to take it from us and moved all our firewood away. Wasn't it because he hoped that the weather would be cold and father's body would freeze? If such a bad person died, then so be it. What's there to feel pity about?" Li Guo suddenly felt a little nervous. She grabbed Li Xianhui's hand and asked, "Sister, is he really dead?" Li Xianhui said, "Of course it's true. Father managed to escape. Not only did he die, but the few team leaders were also killed by the people sent by the Wu family. Their heads were hung all over the bamboo poles. It was so scary." Li Guo suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and showed a sincere expression of joy. It was as if she had let go of a burden. She held Li Xianhui's hand and said in high spirits, "Of course I'm not sad. That Jia Xing treated our family worse than the jailer treated the prisoners. Why would I be sad? Back then, I tried to curry favor with him because I wanted our family to have a better life. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. We're my brothers and sisters. After being separated for so long, I miss them. Quick, take me to see them." Concubine Wei arrived at the capital. Accompanied by her husband, she went to visit her mother-in-law with trepidation. Wu Zetian and her son's relationship was extremely indifferent. Naturally, she did not have a good impression of this daughter-in-law. Even with Guo'er's jesting, it could not dissolve the cold atmosphere. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met, they casually chatted for a while. Then, Wu Zetian used the excuse that she was not feeling well to send the couple away. Originally, Wei Fei had great expectations for this trip back to the capital, but seeing Wu Zetian's indifference, she could not help feeling frightened. She came from a large family. When she had been the crown princess and empress, she had lived in the palace for a long time. Naturally, she would not be like her children who grew up in the wilderness and were ignorant. When they saw the atmosphere of the capital and the solemnity of the palace, they would be surprised. Consort Wei didn't even look at the palace that had been temporarily arranged for her husband and wife. As soon as she returned to her room, she dismissed the palace eunuchs sent by Fu Qingqing. She said to Li Xian, "Although husband has returned to the capital, Empress Mother is still very cold. There's no need to talk about the Wu clan. If we want to establish a foothold and have a firm foothold, it seems like we have to follow the plan and get closer to the Wu clan. Have you had any contact with the Wu family while you were in the capital?" Li Xian replied. On the day I arrived in the capital and the day after, I met with the Wu family's people a few times. After that, I did not have any contact with them. Consort Wei's expression darkened. Li Xian hurriedly explained, I see that 8th Lang is now in seclusion and is very well behaved. I believe that he understands the situation in the capital. We can't go wrong learning from 8th Lang. Consort Wei frowned. Displeased, she said, Husband, you are gravely mistaken. If you make friends with high-ranking officials now, Empress Mother will naturally be displeased. However, if you are willing to interact more with the Wu family, then you will definitely be in line with Empress Mother's intentions. Li Xian smiled bitterly and said, Wife may not know, but along the way, the Wu family's assassins have emerged one after another. You don't know how many disasters your husband has encountered and how many times I have narrowly escaped death. This is all because of the Wu family. How could your husband dare to have any contact with them? I'm afraid that if I am not careful, I will be harmed by them. Look, this is an invitation from Prince Liang. Originally, he wanted to invite me to his manor for a banquet. Later, because of Di Renjia's death, Empress Mother stopped court for 3 days. The entire country mourned, and this banquet could no longer be held. That's why he sent someone to ask for another date. I was just thinking about how I should refuse. As Li Xian spoke, he took out Prince Liang's invitation and showed it to Consort Wei. Consort Wei resolutely said, Go. You must go. This is an opportunity to mend our relationship with the Wu family. However, you cannot go. The Wu family's intentions are truly difficult to fathom. If something bad really happens to you, our family will be finished. Didn't Empress Mother tell you to return to the capital to recuperate? You can use this as an excuse to tactfully decline the invitation and have your son go in your place. This way, not only will there be no loss of etiquette, there won't be any danger. Li Xian was overjoyed and said, Wife's brilliant plan. Your husband is completely at a loss. Only wife's presence can help your husband make a decision. Consort Wei sighed and said, But in the end, this is not a long-term plan. Li Xian hesitated and said, What can we do? Consort Wei said, On the way back to the capital, she has already thought about it carefully. If we want to change our situation, there is actually a good way. Li Xian was overjoyed and said, Wife, quickly say it. Wife's idea is definitely good. Consort Wei said, Marriage alliance. Li Xian was startled and suddenly said, You mean, let our daughters marry? Consort Wei said, That's right. If we want a marriage alliance, it must be with the most powerful person in the Wu family. Only then will it be of help to us. On the way to the capital, Chia has carefully inquired. Right now, the most powerful families in the Wu family are Wu Chengxi and Wu Sansi. However, these two families currently do not have any girls of suitable age to marry. Otherwise, if we marry one of them back to be our daughter-in-law and become the imperial crown princess in the future, we will be able to obtain even more support from the Wu family. Right now, we can only settle for the next best thing and marry our daughters into the Wu family. Fortunately, we have been living deep in the mountains for 16 years. Because of this, our daughters' marriages have been delayed. Even the eldest daughter's husband's family has not been found. Now that the youngest daughter is already 16, it is reasonable for us to quickly find them a husband's family. Li Xian said in shock, This, you aren't planning to marry our daughters into the Wu family, right? Consort Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, Naturally not. Does the Wu family have that many marriageable men? Even if we don't marry into the Wu family, our daughters will still have to marry, right? Other than the Wu family, we can also choose some of the aristocratic families in the court to marry. This way, we can ease our relationship with the Wu family and obtain a lot of help. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Li Xian thought about it carefully and nodded. What my wife said is a good idea. Consort Wei said cheerfully, Since you also agree, then we must strike while the iron is hot and make arrangements as soon as possible. When you pay your respects to Empress Mother tomorrow, find an opportunity to bring up this matter. Remember, if Empress Mother asks about your plans, you must mention the Wu family first. Also, these two children, Xian Hui and Wu, must marry into Prince Wei and Prince Liang respectively. Li Xian had 7 daughters. Among them, Lady Wei gave birth to 3 daughters. The eldest was Xu Xiao, the second was Xian Hui, and the third was Guo. Each of them was more beautiful than the last. Consort Wei had purposely instructed him to marry her biological daughters into the families of Prince Liang and Prince Wei respectively. Li Xian did not think much of it when he heard this. As a mother, she would always be biased towards her biological daughter. While Li Xian and his wife were busy looking for a son-in-law, Yang Fan was recruiting soldiers. The North Yamen Imperial Army was initially controlled by the South Yamen Imperial Army, but since the time of Emperor Gaozong, it became independent and became the Emperor's army. In fact, it was the Emperor's private army. Now, that Wu Zetian wanted to expand the 100 horsemen into the 1,000 horsemen, the whole thing was naturally just a word from the Emperor. The Imperial Army system, the Ministry of War, and even the Political Affairs Hall could not interfere. The recruitment of soldiers and horses was completely done by Yang Fan alone. When Yang Fan wanted to recruit soldiers and horses, he first thought of a group of good friends in the army in the past. Needless to say, the people of the 100 horsemen were now the base of the 1,000 horsemen. But to expand to the 1,000 horsemen, he still needed to recruit people from outside. The good friends in the army that Yang Fan had made in the past were of relatively high ranks. The real low-ranking officers were only Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and a few others. Only these people could be recruited by him. As soon as Yang Fan got in touch with them, these people naturally agreed. Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and others had all come. Together with Huang Changxiu, Su Yang, Zhang Shitong, and others, he had initially set up his base. These people had been in the army for many years, and each of them had their own small group with a group of trusted brothers. Naturally, when they came, they also brought their brothers with them. In this way, the people under Yang Fan's command immediately expanded from 100 to more than 300 or 400 people, but it was still far from the number of 1,000 people. On the one hand, Yang Fan carried out public selections from the North and South Yamen Imperial armies. On the other hand, he made a notice which was passed on by Basho in each workshop. He selected good families with clean backgrounds and proficient in martial arts from Luoyang to join the army. In order to avoid the complicated backgrounds of the soldiers recruited from the other imperial armies, Yang Fan specially stipulated that he would only recruit soldiers. While the recruitment was in full swing, Ma Qiao returned home and actually revealed the news that the main officer in charge of the recruitment of the Imperial Army was Yang Fan to his mother. When his mother found out, naturally, the entire Showan workshop also found out. Showan workshop was immediately in an uproar. The commoners of Showan workshop only knew that the Imperial Army was recruiting soldiers because Su Fangzheng had gone to all the streets and alleys to talk about it. However, they didn't know that the general in charge of recruiting soldiers was Yang Fan. Now that they found out that Brother Fan was actually in charge of recruiting soldiers, the commoners of Showan workshop immediately became enthusiastic about joining the army. For a time, everyone from old men in their 60s to children as young as 10 hurried to sign up. They wanted to eat a portion of the royal rations and receive a share of the royal salary. There were even people who specifically went to the Yang family to reminisce about old times. When Yang Fan was at home, the old men chatted with Yang Fan. They talked about how harmonious the neighbors were when they were neighbors with Yang Fan. Towards Yang Fan, who was an outsider, the people in the workshop never rejected him. Instead, they took great care of him. Those who had daughters waiting to be married off would inevitably implicitly mention that if Great General Yang was interested, he could come and be a concubine. The more they talked, the more they seemed to have the intention of becoming Yang Fan's father-in-law. Yang Fan was so scared that he fled and didn't even dare to return home. Therefore, the old women all came out one after another and pulled the eldest daughter of the Yang family over and chatted intimately with her. They praised her for being virtuous and beautiful, and even brought their granddaughters to acknowledge her as their godmother. This scared Xie Xiaoman so much that she fled to the southern city and used more than 20 shops to play hide and seek with the villagers. Chapter 833. Just 2 days after Xiaoman escaped, she saw the second mother of the Yang family, Tin Ano, who volunteered to stand up for her, also escaping in panic. Xiao Man was shocked. You're not familiar with them. Why did you escape too? Tin Ano smiled bitterly. I'm not familiar with them, but I can't stand them trying to get close to me. I really can't stand it anymore, so I escaped to squeeze in with you. Xiao Man said, Who's taking care of the house now? Tin Ano said, Of course it's Master Gu. Xiao Man said worriedly, Miss Gu, can she succeed? Anu said, I think it should be no problem. Master Gu has a lot of experience. How could she not deal with a group of people in the workshop? Before she finished, Gu Zhuting ran in like a thief and said in a panic, Let's change places, they're following us. The two girls were shocked and quickly followed Gu Zhuting to another shop. They didn't even have time to ask her how to deal with the villagers. The female assassin who killed countless people was also defeated in the face of the attack of human kindness. When Yang Fan escaped back to the barracks and heard the news from Xiao Man, he had a headache and couldn't help but scold Ma Qiao. Before he could catch his breath, the villagers who were eager to join the army chased them to the camp of the 1,000 cavalry. Yang Fan was furious and forced Ma Fan to become a recruitment officer to deal with them. He also set up 3 tests to join the army. The first test was a stone lock that weighed more than 100 kilograms, and only those who could move it could pass. The second test was archery, and the third test was horsemanship. Yang Fan didn't have time to teach them how to ride from the beginning. After passing 3 tests, they were still not qualified to join the army, but only qualified to participate in the selection. After Ma Qiao became a recruitment officer, all of a sudden, all of his neighbors were stopped. Every day, a group of old men and old women would spit on his face and poke his forehead, scolding him for not recognizing his own family after becoming an official. This time, the bitter fruit of his big mouth was finally eaten by his own family. However, it had to be said that although the people who wanted to use their connections couldn't enter, there was still a warrior who relied on his own abilities to barge in. Not only did he pass 3 tests in a row, but he also performed outstandingly in the martial arts test conducted by Li Dan. As a result, he was brought before Yang Fan. Ma Qiao was immensely proud of himself. At least the fellow villagers of the Xiao workshop had not been completely wiped out. Since someone had been selected, he could go back and give an explanation to his fellow villagers. It's not that I don't want to take care of my fellow villagers. It's just that it's hard for me to be selfish. Look, if you really have the ability, aren't you also selected? In that era, the concept of region was very strong, and the region was relative. You were from Luo State, and we were from Yangzhou. We would naturally side with our fellow countrymen. Everyone was from Luo State. You guys lived in the eastern part of the city, while I lived in the western part of the city. As such, people from the western part of the city would naturally form a group. Yang Fan sized up this warrior who stood out from the Xiao workshop and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that this person was from the Xiao workshop, he felt a little closer to him. If this person was a promising talent, he could be groomed to be a trusted aide in the future. Therefore, Yang Fan paid more attention to this person, and when he took a look, he found him very familiar. Yang Fan thought about it. Although he had only met this person a few times in the workshop and didn't have a deep relationship with him, he suddenly recalled an interesting matter related to this person. He couldn't help but recall his name. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, Xiao Qianyue. Xiao Qianyue wasn't considered tall, but he was extremely muscular. He had thick arms, broad shoulders, a leopard's head and eyes, and a swallow's chin and a tiger's beard. On their own, any part of him could be considered mighty and masculine. However, his nose, eyes, mouth, eyebrows, and beard were all squeezed towards the center of his face like dough. How could he still be beautiful? This was Warrior Zhao's honor. Xiao Qianyue looked very nervous and a little uneasy. He only knew Yang Fan, but he wasn't familiar with him. Now, Yang Fan was a general. In the past, calling him general was out of politeness, but now it wasn't the case. He was a real general, a 4th-grade imperial court general, guide Zhonglong general. Xiao Qianyue hurriedly gave him a humble smile, and his facial features immediately became very squeezed. It's my honor that General still remembers this lowly one's lowly name. However, this lowly one is no longer called Xiao Qianyue. This lowly one has already changed his name to Xiao Yuka. Yang Fan was stunned. Xiao Yuka? That's a very elegant name. Who changed it for you, and why did you change it? Xiao Yuka said, this lowly one changed my name. This lowly one felt that it was probably because my previous name wasn't very good. The moon was high in the sky, and it was hard to reach it. The moon was in the water, and it was illusory. Therefore, I was homeless for half my life, and it was hard to make a living. Therefore, I obtained my father's approval to change my name for luck. Yang Fan subconsciously stroked his chin. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't imagine that such a character in front of him would actually have such a picturesque heart under his boorish appearance. If it wasn't Qianyue, then it was Xiao Yuka. This person was quite sentimental. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, Qianyue, Yuka, could it be that you've been educated and can read? Xiao Yuka hurriedly said, yes. This lowly one's father was once a teacher in a private school. This lowly one has been educated by my father since I was young. Ma Qiao hurriedly leaned over and whispered into Yang Fan's ear. He said in a disdainful tone, yes. His father is quite knowledgeable. In our workshop, he used to be a very famous teacher. However, because he taught someone else's child, he ended up rolling onto the same bed as the second mother. In the end, his reputation was ruined, and no one invited him anymore. As a result, his family's financial situation was poor. Yang Fan covered his mouth and coughed. He whispered, Big brother, don't talk about second brother. Brother Ma Qiao, have you forgotten about Xiao when workshops Bao Yining? Ma Qiao's face turned red. He awkwardly explained, I've already turned over a new leaf. Don't mention the past. Yang Fan chuckled and turned to look at Xiao Yuka. After thinking for a while, he leisurely said, my virtuous wife went missing for no reason. She is 16 years old. Her name is Little Min. She has a dark face and a big mouth. Her teeth are protruding, and her eyes are sharp. Hee hee. So, this is to say that you didn't find someone to write this message for you. You wrote it yourself? Xiao Yuka had never imagined that General Yang would actually know about this matter. She couldn't help but blush. As a grown man, he actually twisted his fingers and made a childish gesture. He said yes. It was written by this lowly one. Yang Fan laughed 3 times and immediately restrained himself. He put on a concerned expression and asked, did you find your wife? Xiao Yuka sadly shook her head. Her pair of big eyes quickly became misty. Yang Fan didn't expect this burly man to have such a delicate heart. He hurriedly consoled, all right. Don't be sad. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? After joining the army, do your best. In the future, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. Why would you be afraid of not having a beautiful wife to accompany you? Xiao Yuka was overjoyed. General, are you saying that you're willing to accept this lowly one? Yang Fan smiled and said, you can write and calculate. You're also skilled in martial arts. Why wouldn't I accept you? Go with Brigade Commander Li, settle down, and enter your name in the register. Xiao Yuka was overjoyed. She hurriedly thanked him and left with Li Dan. At this moment, Su Liang walked towards Yang Fan. He frowned and said, it's easy to recruit 1,000 soldiers, but it's hard to find a good general. We can recruit as many soldiers as we want, but it's hard to gather the number of generals. You see, below the middle minister, there should be 5 minister generals. I'm a military major. Old Huang, Chu Kuanga, and Ma Qiao are minister generals. Let's not talk about the chief historian, Six Chao Wei, and brigade commander. Just the minister generals alone are 2 people short. This position can't be handed over to outsiders. Yang Fan said, that's natural. Can Lu Yin and Gao Chu be transferred over? Su Yang said, they promised to let them go. They can report in these few days. However, the 2 of them are only platoon leaders. They don't have any meritorious service. They can't just be promoted to minister generals, right? Without qualifications, prestige, and merit, how can they convince the masses? Yang Fan nodded and said, this is a problem. What I mean is to transfer them over and let them be brigade commanders first. As for the 2 vacant minister generals, I don't have a good candidate at the moment. Let's just leave them empty for the time being. Su Yang had no other choice but to nod his head in agreement. Su Yang had just left when Yang Fan suddenly thought of another person. Wang Tongjiao. Wang Tongjiao used to be on the same battlefield as him, and they were friends. However, Wang Tongjiao was a member of the Wang family of Taiyuan. His temperament was a bit arrogant. Since then, he didn't have much contact with Yang Fan. However, although their contact was short because they didn't have any conflict of interest, Wang Tongjiao didn't hide anything in front of him. It was easy to understand this person's temperament and character. This person was upright, unyielding, and resolute. Yang Fan's impression of him was not bad. He remembered that at that time, he was already Commandant Gua-yi of the Left Guard. If he didn't get promoted in the next 2 years, he could be transferred to the 1,000 Horsemen Guards as a Minister General. But even though he was transferred, the status of the 1,000 Horsemen Guards was not the same as that of the Left Guard. Presumably, he would be willing to come. As soon as Yang Fan thought of it, he immediately took a few bodyguards, rode out of the camp, and went straight to the Left Guard. These bodyguards were none other than Ren Wei and several other masters sent by the Succession Hall to protect him. Since they had the power to build their own army, how could Yang Fan not pull them in? Although Yang Fan didn't dare to reveal the most confidential things to them, he had to cultivate his own people in the Succession Hall if he wanted to stand firm in the Succession Hall. Now that he had an official position, he couldn't stay in the Succession Hall all the time. He didn't have too many opportunities to contact other people. These bodyguards were the people he had to win over first. Yang Fan Station was in the north of Luoyang, adjacent to the palace. There were camps of other garrisons of the Yulin Guards around it. As for other garrisons, they were relatively far away. For example, the camp of the Golden Guards was almost at Mengjin. The Left Guard was the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen and also belonged to the Emperor's private army. The military camp was also located in Mount Mang. It was a distance of dozens of miles, but Yang Fan soon arrived. The Left Guard general was very polite to the new nobleman. But when asked about the purpose of his visit, Yang Fan didn't clearly disclose it to him. Although if Yang Fan really fancied Wang Tongjiao, it would only take a word for him to transfer him over, and he would not be allowed to object. However, a melon that was forcefully twisted would not be sweet. Yang Fan wanted to find a group of like-minded friends and build an army that was loyal to him. He did not want people who were reluctant, and he wanted to ask Wang Tongjiao for her opinion first. Yang Fan told the Left Guard general that he passed by here and came to visit his old friend Wang Tongjiao. The Left Guard general regretfully told him that Wang Tongjiao was not in the army. He was called back by the Political Affairs Hall to debrief and would come back in about 2 days. If he wanted to find him, he could go to Luoyang. The Left Guard general also gave him an address. Yang Fan had no choice but to say goodbye to the Left Guard general. When he left the barracks, he thought that since he was out, he might as well go back to Luoyang. If he couldn't find Wang Tongjiao, he could leave a message and wait for his reply. He could also go home on the way. He didn't know that his family's refuge had stopped now. So, Yang Fan urged his horse to Luoyang. Chapter 834. When Yang Fan rushed to Luoyang on horseback, Li Gur was a guest at the noble princess's residence. Today, she was accompanied by many women from the noble families who were waiting to be married. All the women were gathered in one hall, and the white-haired noble princess was in the middle. It was like a pear tree accompanied by begonia. Li Gur was clever and clever. She was good at socializing with others. Even though she did not know much about the etiquette of the noble women, she was good at hiding it so no one noticed her shortcomings. Li Gur hid her shortcomings and secretly learned other people's ways. She also had to divert her attention to chat and joke with them, but she did it with ease. All the women sat in the reception hall, chatting and laughing. There were 12 screens in the corner of the reception hall. All the women in the reception hall were eating porridge. No one noticed that the peacock on the screen had a pair of moving eyes. The noble princess did not change her old habits. Today, she became a matchmaker again. This time, she wanted to arrange a marriage between the Wu and Li families. Sisters, today's spring is just nice. I see hundreds of flowers in the garden competing for beauty. Why don't we go to the garden and swim among the flowers? Isn't that better than sitting in this hall? Liguar did not know that today she was invited to the princess's house for a blind date. She was used to the wilderness and couldn't bear to sit in the reception hall for a long time. After a while, she made a suggestion to everyone and then said to the princess, "Goo goo, what do you think?" The poor princess was one generation older than her grandmother, yet she insisted on taking Wu Zetian as her godmother. In front of this little girl from the Leaf family, she was 2 generations younger. However, the princess did not feel uncomfortable at all. She nodded with a smile and said, "Good, good, good. As long as you guys have fun, let's go for a stroll in the garden." As she said this, the noble princess subconsciously glanced at the screen in the corner of the hall and said, "You go first. I'm old and will go after a short rest." The entire hall was filled with women flying out. The noble princess chuckled towards the screen in the corner of the hall and said, "Junwang, does this niece of mine suit your liking?" There was no response from behind the screen, causing the noble princess to be extremely puzzled. She quickly walked over and circled behind the screen to take a look. She saw the man lying on the screen with his buttocks stuck up in the air. He had a dazed look on his face. The women in the hall had already left, but he was still not moving. The noble princess couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted the man's shoulder and asked, "Royal Prince, are you satisfied?" It turned out that this young man was the son of the Prince of Liang, Wu Sansi. His name was Wu Chongxuan, and he was conferred the title of Royal Prince Gaoyang. The noble princess was entrusted by the Prince of Luling to act as a bridge between him and Ligur. Satisfied? Satisfied. I'm so satisfied. This princess is really going to be betrothed to me? Wu Chongxuan felt as if he had just awoken from a dream, and his face was flushed with joy. For a moment, he was a little nervous, afraid that this was just a dream that he could easily wake up from. The noble princess replied, "Of course. This old one is already so old. How could I possibly joke around with you juniors?" "Wonderful. I'm very satisfied." The royal prince was so happy that his heart was about to explode. His mind was filled with that extremely beautiful and astonishing young lady. Her every frown, her every smile, her every movement filled his heart to the brim. Right now, he was already a little infatuated with her. If it weren't for the fact that he still barely remembered his identity, he would have knelt down and kowtowed to the noble princess a few times to express his gratitude. "I'll go back and tell my father. I'll immediately propose. I'll marry no one but her." Wu Chongxuan spoke incoherently as he ran out of the hall like he was possessed. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran back to the noble princess. He solemnly bowed to the noble princess again before running away as fast as he could. In ancient times, it was said that blind and mute marriages were decided by the parents. In reality, it was not as exaggerated as it was in later generations. Although it was impossible for a man and a woman to interact freely like in modern times, their temperament, character, and family background were all things that the parents and the couple themselves had to understand in detail. Most of the friends who were asked by the host would tell the truth. Otherwise, if the couple did not get along in the future, they would be in trouble. No one would be stupid enough to only say good things. Even if she was a matchmaker, her scope of business was limited and she had a limited number of clients. If the families did not match, or if the personalities of the two parties were too incompatible, she would not be the matchmaker. Otherwise, if a few couples were born with resentment and others knew that she was the matchmaker, her reputation would be tarnished. No one would look for her when they wanted to marry a daughter or a daughter-in-law. As for male and female colleagues, under most circumstances, their families would arrange for them to meet each other in a secret way. When the families were well matched, both sides would arrange for their children to meet each other. If both sides had no objections, then the next step of contact would be possible. Unless the parents had other intentions, they would not completely ignore their children's opinions. However, if the families did not match, then they would first let the family with the higher status make the choice. If this family agreed, but the other family was in a hurry to claim kinship, then it was fine to arrange for their children to meet each other. For example, when the Prince of Luling married his daughter, it was like this. although the Prince of Luling was now a prince and was destined to be the crown prince, with an 80% chance of becoming the emperor in the future compared to the Wu clan, which was like the sun in the sky, he was still a level lower. He was in a hurry to claim kinship with the Wu clan, so he entrusted the noble princess with this gathering to arrange for Wu Sanxi's son to meet Li Guo first. If Wu Chongxuan took a liking to Li Guo, then everything else could be discussed, but if he didn't, then there was no need to mention it. Fortunately, Li Guo's beautiful appearance was truly impeccable. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty in the world. When Wu Chongxuan saw this enchantress, even his soul was hooked away, so there was no reason for him to refuse. On the other hand, if Wang Tongjiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan was to marry the Prince of Luling's daughter, then the Prince of Luling's daughter would have to meet him first. In recent years, the Wang clan of Taiyuan's influence had declined greatly. Even when that scoundrel Lai Junshan forcefully demanded a daughter of the Wang clan as his wife, the Wang clan did not dare to resist. In fact, they even had to shamelessly borrow the strength of this scoundrel's son-in-law. Now that they heard that Lai Junshan was going to marry the future emperor, there was no reason for the Wang clan to refuse. In truth, the marriage of the Prince of Luling's daughter could not be considered to have gone very smoothly. Wu Ziqian attached great importance to one's family background, and the Prince of Luling and his wife, out of a need to consolidate their own position, could not possibly choose a commoner's son. Instead, the Prime Minister and the son of a noble clan were their first choices. However, when Li Xian sent someone to sound them out, he was tactfully rejected by some of them. They were not willing to claim kinship with this future emperor. The future was complicated and confusing, and it was still hard to say what would happen in the future. Based on their family background and influence, no matter how the political situation changed in the future, as long as they did not get too involved, whoever became emperor would have to put them in an important position to ensure the interests of their clans. If they married the Prince of Luling, it would only be the icing on the cake for noble and scholarly clans like them. A commandant of the emperor's son-in-law would not be of much use in raising the status of their clans. On the other hand, if something happened to this emperor, they would be implicated, so this sort of transaction naturally could not be done. Thus, after some initial contact, there were more than 20 clans that had sons and nephews serving as officials in the capital, were of marriageable age but were unmarried, and came from relatively noble backgrounds. Among them, there were no more than 7 or 8 clans that were willing to marry the imperial family and were favored by the Prince of Luling and his wife. The sons and nephews of these 7 or 8 clans simultaneously received all kinds of orders and rushed to the political affairs hall. The prime ministers of the political affairs hall summoned them, but with the excuse that they were very, very busy and had no time to meet them. After having them sit on the coal bench for a while, they sent out a young eunuch to suggest that they first go to the palace's Kuju field to play for a while to relieve their boredom, and that the prime ministers would summon them when they were free. The oldest of these sons and daughters was no more than 20 years old and had seen many grand occasions, so they were not very restrained in the palace. Since the prime ministers had spoken, they were happy to go and play for a while. Thus, they arrived at the palace Kuju field, took off their robes, and divided into 2 teams, where they excitedly began to play ball. Of course, they did not know that of the Prince of Luling's daughters, other than Consort Wei's 2 most beautiful princesses, Li Xianhui and Li Guo, who had been taken out for the sons of the Prince of Liang and the Prince of Wei to look over. The other princesses had already disguised themselves as palace maids and mixed in with the crowd of palace maids and eunuchs to quietly observe them. It was very easy for a man who was good at sports, fit, and handsome to attract the attention of women. The princesses only watched for a moment before one of them attracted their attention. Li Shuxiu's beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on that young man. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She could not help but quietly ask the accompanying palace maids, "Who is he?" The accompanying palace maids had already received the information on the sons and daughters of the various families. Following her signal, they whispered, "Princess, his surname is Yang, called Yang Xinjiao. He is a descendant of the Yang family of Hongnou and is currently the commander of the left Thousand Ox Guard." Li Shuxiu heard that the handsome young man was from the Yang family of Hongnou, and that he was related to her grandmother, Wu Zetian, and that he was an old friend, so she felt even more satisfied. She cast another glance at the handsome young man, called Yang Xinjiao, nodded lightly, and then turned to leave. She did not continue watching. Naturally, she had already chosen her husband. Consort Wei had 3 daughters, Li Shuxiu, Li Xianhui, and Li Guo'er. Consort Wei was naturally biased towards her own daughters. The other daughters were all born of secondary consorts, so they did not dare to compete with her. So even though they were looking left and right, they were actually waiting for her to choose first. Once Li Shuxiu had made her choice, they could continue. As soon as Li Shuxiu left, Li Xinyu gave a heavy snort, her expression very dissatisfied. After the prince of Luling's family returned to Luoyang, these princesses had all received their titles. Li Ge was conferred Annal Princess, Li Xianhui was conferred Yongtai Princess, Li Shuxiu was conferred Chongning Princess, and Li Xinyu, who was born of this secondary consort, was conferred Yin Princess. Regarding the other arrangements made by Li Xianhui and Li Guo'er, as well as Li Shuxiu's right of first choice, this Yin Princess was both jealous and resentful, and was very dissatisfied. But the other was born of the D wife, and she was born of a concubine, so her status was innately one level lower. Even though she was dissatisfied, she did not dare to express it. Yin Princess was afraid that the other sisters would snatch the first one, so as soon as Li Shuxiu left, she hurriedly chose among the remaining Langjuns. Pointing at one person, she asked the accompanying palace maid, "Who is that?" Chapter 835. The palace maid replied, "That is a disciple of the Pei family from Hedong. His name is Pei Sun, and he is currently an imperial student. His literary talent is outstanding. According to his teacher, if he participates in the imperial examinations next year, he will definitely become a Jinsher." This Pei Sun was slightly thinner, with fair skin and delicate features. At first glance, one could tell that he was a scholar. When he played football, he naturally could not be compared to Yang Xinjiao, who was fit and handsome. However, his gentle manner had a different flavor. Yin Junju had always wanted to compete with her 3D sisters. When she heard that the man she liked was a disciple of the Pei family from Hedong, which was also a millennium-old aristocratic family, and his family background was not inferior to the Yang family of Hongnou, she was even more satisfied. She nodded and said, "That's him." She then raised her chin at her sisters, as if to show off, and left with her head held high. Because these Junju were born by concubines, their ages were not much different. Some were even the same age, unlike the 3 daughters born by concubine Wei, who had a clear age difference. They all knew Li Xinyu's temperament, and were long used to her domineering ways. However, no one dared to compete with her. Everyone was a Junju. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out that they fought over a man? Therefore, all the princesses remained silent and waited for Lin Xinyu to leave. Only then did they focus their attention on choosing their Langjun from the remaining men. After a while, Xi Ning, Junju chose Wang Tongjiao from the Wang family of Taiyuan. She left happily to report to her father. Yong Shou chose Wei Dan from the Wei family of Jingzhou and then left quietly. Xiandu Junju was timid, shy, and introverted. She had always been ashamed to choose a husband. In the end, her sisters beat her to it. After the sisters had chosen their men, although the remaining men were all from prestigious families, they were either too ugly or short. They were really not attractive to her. Compared to the Lang Jun who had just been chosen by her sisters, they were even more unsatisfactory. The bowing didn't last long. The palace maid beside her asked her a few times in a low voice. The commandery princess of a new capital shook her head and said faintly, "There's no one I like. Father and mother will decide. I won't choose. I'll leave now." This time, the Prince of Luling and his wife were selecting a son-in-law on a large scale. Moreover, they had chosen the Wu family as their first choice for marriage, which was in line with Wu Zetian's request to alleviate the conflict between the Wu and Li families and join forces to rule the world. As a result, they received Wu Zetian's approval and strong support. If not for this, how could Li Xian have the guts to use the imperial family and the prime ministers of the political affairs hall as matchmakers to help his daughters. At this time, the Prince of Luling and his wife had received the news that Wu Yinji, the son of Wu Chengxi, had fallen in love with the gentle, generous, and beautiful Li Xianhui, the princess of Yongtai. Wu Chengxuan, the son of Wu Sanxi, Prince of Liang, had fallen in love with Li Guo, the princess of Anil, at first sight. The couple felt relieved, and concubine Wei was even happier. Just as the husband and wife were feeling happy, the other daughters also came back one after another. They were naturally too embarrassed to tell their father who their sweetheart was. This kind of thing was naturally reported by their accompanying palace maids. When husband and wife heard that their daughters all had their sweethearts, and that all of them were sons of aristocratic families, they couldn't stop smiling. As for Xian Du Junju, they did not expect this blind date to solve all the major issues of their daughters' lives. Later, they would just pick a few young talents for her to choose. Thus, they did not care too much about it. Concubine Wei, in particular, had found a place for her 3 daughters, so she did not care about other things. She immediately made a copy of the name list. She did not dare to meet that formidable mother-in-law alone, so she dragged her husband and went to the inner palace to find Wu Zetian. The daughters were not young anymore. Since they had chosen someone, they should get married in time. As for those who were still young, they had to settle down first. After the blind date was over, the political affairs hall sent someone to inform the youths who were playing football that the prime ministers wanted to see them. The youths who were playing football on the field immediately stopped, hurriedly washed their faces, put on their robes, and rushed to the political affairs hall to pay their respects. The prime ministers didn't have anything serious to discuss with them. They just chatted for a while and then sent them away. These young nobles didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that in such a short time, they had already been divided up by the princesses. When Yang Fan arrived in the capital, he followed the address given by the great general of the left guard to find the Wang family's mansion in the capital. In the end, he did not find anything. At this time, Wang Tongjiao was listening to a lecture in the political affairs hall. Yang Fan did not know when he would return, so he wanted to turn around and go home. Yang Fan turned his horse out of the alley where the Wang family's mansion was located. Just as he was about to leave Shanshan Square, he saw the door of a house open wide. 7 or 8 scented carriages drove out of the house one by one, some to the west, some to the east, and they all dispersed. Yang Fan urged his horse to move to the side of the road and continued to move forward. Judging from these carriages, it was clear that this was a gathering of the daughters of the prime ministers and the rich ladies. From the style and decoration of the carriages, it could be seen that these were women's carriages. The decorations on the carriages were too strong. Yang Fan glanced at it and recognized that it was the residence of the eldest princess. This eldest princess, who was getting more and more lively as she aged, had always liked to socialize and feast. It was normal for a few female guests to come out of her mansion. Li Guo'er sat in one of the carriages that came out of the eldest princess's mansion. Li Guo'er sat in a light carriage, waving the flower in her hand. Her face was even prettier than the flower. Princess Anil's trip to the eldest princess's mansion was very enjoyable. She felt like a fish in water. She liked this kind of life, liked this kind of taste. She felt that she was born into this world for this kind of life. In comparison, she had lived the past 16 years in vain. This kind of world, this kind of environment, was the most suitable place for her. Today, at the eldest princess's mansion, she even drank a few cups of wine. It was the first time she had tasted such mellow wine. In the past, she had never had the opportunity to drink wine. But at that time, she felt that it was sweet and had a special fruity aroma. It was very delicious. Only now did she feel a little dizzy. Li Guo'er touched her cheeks. It was slightly hot, but in her excitement, she did not feel tired. She still looked around in high spirits. There was an oil cleaning cart and 2 big green cows. The cart was surrounded by a gauze curtain. From the outside, one could only see a beautiful figure inside the cart. It was difficult to see her face clearly. This saved her the trouble of looking for Dai Qinlu. On the other hand, she could clearly see everything in the car. Everything here was undoubtedly still unfamiliar to her, so it was extremely attractive. Ligueur was looking left and right when a tall and handsome figure by the side of the road suddenly attracted her gaze. This person was wearing a military uniform. The black military uniform had a metallic feel to it, as if it was cast from black iron. It made the person's body look abnormally masculine and burly. Seeing him riding on a horse, with a slender waist, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, at a glance, a vigorous, heroic spirit rushed out. Ligueur's heart was filled with joy. She hurriedly called out, "Commandant Yang." As she said this, she hurriedly pushed aside the white, fog-like curtain and called out to the window, "Brother Yang." Yang Fan was riding his horse when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. He took a closer look and his heart skipped a beat. A bright and beautiful face peeked out from the window. A thin gold necklace with a water-drop jade pendant was gently swaying in the wind in front of her clear forehead. Her drunken makeup made her look especially enchanting. It was Ligueur. Yang Fan was shocked. His two legs tightened, and he lightly knocked against the horse's belly. He wanted to quickly pass by the oil cleaning cart. Ligueur said that it was a busy street, so he did not hear her clearly. Just now during the banquet, she still knew to pretend to be a young lady. Now that her drunkenness was starting to kick in, she actually pulled aside the curtain and jumped on the shaft of the cart. She excitedly called out, "Commandant Yang." This little beauty's hair was combed into two small buns. She wore a gold necklace on her forehead. She wore a light yellow narrow-sleeved shirt and a peach-red armband. She wore a colorful skirt and a long silk ribbon. Her face was as pretty as a fairy. As she stood on the shaft of the cart, she immediately attracted the attention of the people on the street. What Yang Fan was afraid of really happened. He could only bite the bullet and reined in his horse. He very reservedly cupped his hands towards her and nodded. "Junju, come, quickly get on the cart. I haven't seen you for a few years." Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly said, "How can it be that long?" Ligueur made a face at him and playfully smiled. "Haven't you heard that a day apart feels like 3 years? Quickly get on the cart." As she said this, she seemed to be a little dizzy and returned to her seat first. She patted the empty seat next to her and waved to Yang Fan. There were more and more people watching them on the street. If Yang Fan did not have anything going on with Ligueur, he would be at ease. But now that he has a guilty conscience, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He did not want to get on the cart, but Ligueur kept beckoning him. If he did not get on the cart, he was afraid that even more people would notice them. He could only bite the bullet and get off the horse. Rinwei took the reins for him. Yang Fan stepped into the carriage. As soon as he sat down, Ligueur stretched out her jade-like arm and pulled, covering the curtain again. Yang Fan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He hurriedly sat up straight and deliberately distanced himself from her. Ligueur did not notice as she lifted her buttocks to cover the curtain. Just as she was about to sit back down, she felt that the distance between them was too far. She moved her buttocks closer to him and asked with a grin, "I heard that you are now a general. Have you recruited all the soldiers?" The cart could not stay still on the road for long, so it began to move forward slowly. Yang Fan pressed his hands on his knees in a standard military stance. He looked straight ahead and replied, "Yes, I am currently the commander of Guide Army and am currently recruiting soldiers. More than half of the soldiers are qualified. Due to the strict requirements of the 1,000 cavalry, it will probably take another month to recruit all of them." Ligueur looked at his valiant, masculine, and handsome appearance. She liked him a little. Among Li Xian's children, she was the one who walked around her grandmother, Wu Zetian, the most. She already knew the importance of the troops Yang Fan was leading. Furthermore, she knew very well that if her parents wanted to maintain their current status, she would need the support of powerful figures if she wanted to continue living her immortal-like life. With the 1,000 cavalry under his command, Yang Fan happened to be an important figure worthy of her family's recruitment.